Recording in progress.
You're muted.
All right. Good morning. If I could get the audience to please go to mute.
Attention.
It is 10 o'clock, so sorry to interrupt all the idle chit chat that's going on in the. But anyways, I'd like to get this go ahead and get this started. So, being 10 o'clock at this time, I call to order the Douglas County Board of Commissioners meeting for June 15th, 2023. I ask you, those of you here, to please silence your electronic devices so that we don't interrupt speakers. And so at this time, yesterday was Flag Day here in the United States, and so we will celebrate that today. And I would ask for you all to please stand and remove your covers if appropriate, and have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Danny Tarkanian.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would indicate that Commissioner Rice is still recovering from his medical issue, and so he'll continue to join us in an electronic form. He does lack the stamina to attend 8-hour meetings, but I don't anticipate that this meeting will go that long today. I certainly hope not. So anyways, with that being said, the next item on the agenda is public comment. And so public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. Commissioner Noah Sad has graciously going to operate the timing machine for us today. We do use timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin and then a yellow light which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. And when you approach the podium, we ask you to sign your name, or actually print your name so that we can get it correctly into the record, and then state your name, and your time will begin after you state your name. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action, and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. Public comment will not be taken on liquor board agenda items, so if you would like to provide public comment on liquor board agenda items, please provide your public comment for that item during the opening public comment or the closing public comment section. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners.
Good morning, Commissioners. Maureen Casey for the record. On Monday, I attended a meeting of the State Land Use Planning Advisory Council. The council met to discuss the Bureau of Land Management's proposed public lands rule. Staff prepared a 6-page letter that was reviewed by the council and after lively debate settled on a few key points. 1, push again for the BLM to complete the update of the resource management plans for Nevada and its counties. As one of the components of the public lands rule is to assess resource values, how can that be done when the RMPs have not been completed? 2, ensure respect for and coordination with local land use plans and policies. For example, the proposed rule includes a provision that, quote, intact landscapes be protected, quote, from activities that would permanently or significantly disrupt, impair, or degrade the structure or functionality of intact landscapes, end quote. While the goal of this statement is laudable, it is blind to existing land use plans and policies which may identify other uses and activities. 3, SLUPAC believes that this rule is unnecessary as there are many mechanisms that currently exist to reach the intentions of the proposed rule. Examples include, without limitation, the current BLM range improvement regulations, private party binding agreements such as the Barrick, now Nevada Gold Mines, Bank Enabling Agreement, the Nevada Conservation Credit System, and locally led conservation district resource need assessments and conservation action plans. The BLM should work to bolster and provide capacities to these existing partnerships and work to improve the NEPA process so that conservation objectives of the proposed rule can be achieved. SLUPAC worked for 2.5 hours and crafted what it believes is a strong, comprehensive comment letter to BLM. When the final draft is released, I will forward it to County Manager Davidson to send to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. And before you leave, I just wanted to indicate that we appreciate your continued participation in SLUPAC on behalf of Douglas County. I know you're doing that basically as a private citizen, so we appreciate that continued participation and your reports. So
I enjoy it very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Good morning, Commissioners. KMEV, Kilo Mike.
I know you, but the
Sorry.
public doesn't know you, and we don't have it in the record.
I forgot.
Mr. Reese.
Peter B. Reese, otherwise known as Ben. Good morning, Commissioners. KMEV, Kilo Mike Echo Victor. It's on this hat. This is our airport identifier. And we say, in our group of people here, and many wearing the hat, and people at the airport, make KMEV great again. We're committed to that. It's happening. We have the airport staff that's been appointed by the county manager, county commissioners. Although temporary, it's working out quite well. We would ask the county to consider this promotion from within as an actual permanent job position. It is much improved over the service that we had previously. Despite any complaints you may have heard about safety issues, we find them to be vastly unfounded. There are some complainers that have an agenda. We want to make the county aware of that. And the people doing the job, although not professionally trained to manage an airport, are very competent people. They're willing to learn, and they're being assisted by the community. And as some of you may know, I wrote a letter to the editor that we had the resources in our community to run this airport. And it is actually happening just exactly as predicted. You'll see many people in our community here making comments today. I assume they're going to be positive, and I hope they are. But we would like you to consider keeping this staff on board and getting them trained, and we'll volunteer as we have. Thank you very much.
Morning, lady and gentlemen. My name is A.J. Ursig Jr. I'm a naturally born biological man. I am also the Vice Chairman of the Airport Advisory Committee. I'm here to give a short but somewhat comprehensive statement regarding the current overall status of the Minden Airport. At this time, I will not review operations in detail. That analysis is being developed as time goes on. However, I can make this observation. With the restructuring of the AAC, the removal of ABS, the insertion of county staff, and much improved communication and coordination, significantly clearly evident. The AAC continues to offer assistance to the management office to ensure a smooth transition and continual operation. The management's recent safety meeting, including the Nevada State Aviation Manager and the Reno FAA Flight Safety District Office, was a complete success and well attended. Both agencies were impressed not only with the interactions with the attendees, but also with the attitude and preparedness of management. This was the first safety meeting, true safety meeting, at MEV that I can recall. It was not a priority in the past with the previous management company. I feel the county has taken a sensible approach to airport management, a logical move that can only result in the improvement of the county's primary asset. Thank you very much.
Wow, I almost thought that was Elvis Presley. Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you very much. I'm here today for two reasons. First, to thank and commend Sheriff Coverly and his officers
Excuse
for
me,
their
and
actions yesterday, June 14th.
Just a second here. We need, I'm sorry, we need your name.
Oh, I'm
So,
sorry. It's Gabe.
The whole name, please?
Gabe Crabtree.
Okay, and you signed your name? You printed your
Yes.
name? Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Again, to commend Sheriff Coverly and his officers for their actions yesterday, June 14th, removing a serious problem from our neighborhood. My wife and I reside in close proximity to the house on Lassen Way where Sheriff Coverly arrested persons involved in drug trafficking. This drug house has been a source of safety concerns for our neighborhood over the past 3 years and escalated with the passing away of the previous owner. After the owner passed away, squatters immediately took possession of the house and started moving other individuals into the house. My wife contacted a Mr. Walsh, communicated with him information that she had acquired from the previous owner. The house was in a trust and squatters had taken over the house. My wife continued to follow up with Mr. Walsh for several months after Mr. Walsh no longer took or would take and respond to her outreach. Although the house is still occupied by individuals not associated with yesterday's drug bust, it's still available for the next set of squatters to come in and conduct their nefarious activities. The second reason for my being here today is I'm requesting your help in ridding our neighborhood and community of this problem. I ask that you do whatever you can with the authority you have to prevent the next group of squatters from taking over this house on Lassen Way. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Debbie Crabtree, and again, I want to thank all the commissioners for giving me an opportunity to have my voice and speak. I too want to thank the Sheriff Coverly and all his brave officers for helping our situation. I first reported our situation of the squatters and the elderly discare that Phil was getting over 2 years ago. At that time, I told him I was even fearful of retaliation because these people are obviously hardcore druggies and have no regard for the law. And I also noticed that a small child has been involved in this too and been exposed to all this. They are scary people. And it got to the point where I couldn't even go outside because I was very afraid of them, and even people that would come over to our little neighborhood they were scared too. We'd even have to walk them out at night because of all the drug and all the bad things that were going on over there. I kept on contacting and informing Mr. Walsh. This has been continuing for 2 years now, and nothing is going on. He keeps on giving me excuses that he's made mistakes, and this is not coming together. I don't understand. There's more people moving in all the time. They're bringing their friends, and they're making their drug deals. And I kept him informed, even with all the property damage that they were doing. And they even took the poor Mr. Phil's car, and they were driving around after he passed, and then all of a sudden, it disappeared. The car is gone. So, disrespect for that. If it wasn't for the sheriff's office and Sergeant Bernadette Smith keeping me, helping me to give me, to report all this through the years, it's thank you for her. And we live close to an elementary school. We live in a very nice little, I see kids walk to and from that house all the time, and I'm afraid for them. And I'm still fearful of the retaliation that they're going to come even when we go home today, because they've been shown very verbal things to me and waving their hands and stuff. So we just need your help in resolving this situation. We shouldn't have squatters with no recourse, and I feel that there's no recourse. And so please find it to help us somehow. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I appreciate your thanking and recognition of our Sheriff's Department. They are very aggressive on that, and I would encourage other members of the public, if they suspect such activities are taking place. I know that Sheriff Coverly and his department will address those issues as quickly and as sufficiently as they possibly can. So thank you for bringing that forward. And, yep.
Ian McGarry. On May 18th, 2023, the county wrote a staff report surrounding the flooding issues stemming from Pinion Ridge and flowing towards all our properties on Sheep Camp Road. The report opens with the county stating that Douglas County experienced above average precipitation during the 2022-2023 winter season, alluding to the idea that this would never happen again. Freak incident. Side note, it happened again just a few days ago during a summer June storm. Massive amounts of water came down the hillside, and if it were not for the defensive barrier that our neighbors put into place, our properties would have been wiped out again. The waters even overcame the box culvert at the base of Joe Lane and Cortez Lane, bringing water, mud, and large debris across Joe Lane into the Sterling Ranch subdivision. The staff report then goes on to somewhat accurately summarize, acknowledge our complaints, followed by the shameful author of the fallacy of a report, then cherry-picking certain facts while largely ignoring historical information at play with the conditions of approval for LDA 0108 Pinion Ridge subdivision, and creating a narrative from which anyone familiar with the situation would agree reads much like wishful science, based upon fancies, opinions, and the exclusion of contrary evidence. Unbelievable. This is the very report given to and briefed to all the county commissioners on June 1st in your closed-door meeting regarding this subject. The overall impression and theme of the report's narrative leads the reader to believe that it's perfectly okay that the conditions of approval for LDA 0108 Pinion Ridge subdivision are stomped on and largely ignored, as the county can't possibly hold anybody accountable for them. They even contend the Pinion Ridge CC&R somehow trump the county's rules, regulations, code, and design manual standards. If that's the case, everyone in attendance and listening may want to consider drafting CCRs for your own property, and therein place whatever rules you like, such as, well, since I live on Sheep Camp Road, I'm immune to paying any sort of Douglas County taxes. That works, right? Yeah, I don't think so. So it's preposterous that would be even written or considered in the county staff report. Since the county refuses to uphold the conditions of approval for Pinion Ridge, this begs a question and raises the possibility of widespread waste, fraud, and abuse of Douglas County citizens' hard-earned taxpayer dollars. The question is, why waste everyone's time, efforts, and resources putting conditions of approval for a new neighborhood when the county will later refuse to uphold such conditions? Seems like an awful waste of time and resources if this is what will inevitably happen. Perhaps somebody should launch an IG inspection into this. The report then goes on to try to ridicule Sheep Camp residents for using verbiage which is harvested directly from the county's own documents. The report reads, the restricted use area has been incorrectly referred to as an easement by the residents of Sheep Camp Road. Restricted use area defines activities that are prohibited, where an easement defines activities that are allowed. The restricted use area in Pinion Ridge prohibits obstructing, altering natural flow, as well as certain activities of grading. Well, in the Douglas County memo dated 11/13/2001 from the Planning Commission, it reads, drainage easements is necessary for mitigating on-site, off-site, cross-lot drainage impact. All drainage easements will be shown as private. That's all I got time for today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kim McGarry, and unfortunately I'm back here today asking that the county does put us on an agenda so that we can go over the correct documents. As my husband stated, the county gave a report to the commissioners which cherry-picked information and didn't give the whole story. The documents from Mimi Moss at the time read in multiple places that this was going to be made into a private drainage easement. It says that on the final map. It says that in the engineered drainage report, it never says anything about an alluvial found being present at the time of the subdividing of the land. It says that there was a prominent intermittent stream that was to be perpetuated and made into a private drainage easement. As my husband stated the other day, it wasn't a historic winter. It was the fact that flooding comes from the pine nuts, and we all know this. We had 4 feet deep of 3 feet wide water running down that temporary channel, which then hit Joe Lane incorrectly and wiped out the whole road and across into Sterling Ranch. It's unacceptable that the county has tried to tell us that we must now hire engineers to engineer that and handle that water and get it to the receptacle that it was meant to get to, when there's all the county documents that refer to this differently. And, I feel really sad that, all but one county commissioner is willing to look at this from both sides. You're elected officials. Imagine if you were in our situation. We were there prior, and the county knew that that was a watershed, and the county gave rules for it. And the reason the county doesn't want to tell these homeowners to do the right thing now is because they've allowed them to encroach in that restricted use area, which they have documented to us. They try to pretend like it's a minor encroachment. However, it's an encroachment nonetheless into a restricted use area, which will affect the drainage water. We're asking you guys to step up and tell the homeowners to do the right thing. In fact, all of them want to do the right thing, including the Womacs, is what I believe, because we're in contact with everybody. But the Womacs and the other residents that want to do the right thing and dig out that channel have been told not to touch it. So that's kind of contradictory to all the documents. And instead, you're going to tell us that we should continue to receive a direct hit of flood water to our wells, to our septic systems, to our leach lines, to our front doors. I mean, what? Is that acceptable? Is it acceptable when you bring your your family members to the healthcare facility, that I don't open up your chart? I just make up whatever rules I want to do? Would that be okay with the county? Because this needs to be rectified, and this needs to be rectified correctly. I have sent you all an email of the nonsense that we've received back from the county, and we've been able to debunk every single sentence with their own documents. So I would appreciate it if you guys took the time to read those and do what's right by all the citizens of the county, not just the millionaires that you're letting move in here from California. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to tell us that you're going to continue just to allow, I mean, the county flood manager is supposed to protect all citizens from flooding.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Welcome, Jennifer, as the county, or Miss Davidson as the county manager. There is no disrespect intended to the community development staff, other supporting staff, the county manager's office, et cetera, as they do everything humanly possible to take care of this county. I'm happy to be a watchdog for the county, but recent events have made me uncomfortable with the lack of attention to Tahoe issues and meeting attendance at TRPA meetings and commissions. Due to the lack of staffing. This staffing deficiency needs to be rectified. The inability for staff to attend TRPA Advisory Planning Commission meetings due to Douglas County meeting conflicts and priorities is an example. Lack of attendance at TRPA Governing Board and Committee meetings is hurting the constituents of Douglas County as we are underrepresented. Yesterday, I attended a 2+ hour TRPA Local Government and Housing Committee meeting where the proposals of increased height, density, multifamily housing was robustly discussed without Douglas County representation. I'm also a watchdog at Washoe County and Placer County on several of these similar issues. Staff doing double time in the Valley and not being able to attend TRPA meetings is not acceptable. A Douglas County staff member, or actually a separate department for permitting, needs to be established. We are the only county that has TRPA representing us in permitting first. That's a little embarrassing because then the public doesn't get to weigh in except after the project's been approved on maybe a special use permit to be heard. The damage is done. Latitude 39 was approved. Whoever determines the staffing needs of each of these departments needs to take a hard look at this deficiency. Consent item H, South Shore Area Plan Amendment to approve consultant fees for Tahoe Area Plan update needs to be pulled from consent for discussion to highlight this staffing issue. TRPA, again, is the lead on this. That is not acceptable. We need to find staffing budget and quit expecting current staff to cover Tahoe issues. Some are being covered. I want to give staff their due diligence and applaud them for what they can cover. I request you ask TRPA staff present to you as a board what each of these committees do, and currently Commissioner Rice is on Legal Committee, Local Government, Forest Health and Wildfire, and Environmental Improvement. We have Kate Morales O'Neill on the TRPA Advisory Planning Commission, and maybe others. I want to thank you as a board for allowing the public to comment before meetings, after meetings, and during administrative items. TRPA makes us now wait for the whole entire meeting if we want to provide public comment on things not on the agenda. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for letting us provide you with public comment. My name is Rich Chapman, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and fellow pilots out at the Minden Tahoe Airport. The main thing I want to express is all of our extreme appreciation for the way that you swiftly replaced the contractor that was running the airport before, and especially for the people that you selected to take care of our airport. And I know I speak on behalf of everyone out there. These two folks are are just beyond belief as to how much they care about the airport, how much they care about safety, and how much they care about us. And I know that there's a bid out for contractors, and, you know, I have to say that I've always felt that a contractor could run an airport better than a county could, than a government could. But I have to correct myself, because we have all seen efficiencies in the use of resources beyond belief. We have a few problems, and Heather and Jeff, I mean, they get right on it. They find resources in the county and they get the job done. I can give you numerous examples of things that they've done that in the past, and I don't mean to say something bad about the past administration. It's more about the way a contract works. You know, a contractor's expected to pay for certain things, but over and above, you know, you have to go through some sort of process to get money, to get resources, to get things done. That takes a long time. These people get it done instantly, and that just feels so much more efficient than going through a contract to make sure that the contractor's not making extra money for things that they're supposed to do. It's just so much easier to have our local people, especially Heather and Jeff. And now we have a new county manager that we're all very excited about. So for us at the airport, thank you again, and I implore you to hire county people rather than to find another contractor. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Roger Arker. I have been a user and based an airplane at the local airport, Minden Tahoe, for over 50 years. So I have seen airport managers come and go and know what it looks like when it's being done right and when it's being done less than right. I would like to commend, as Rich has, the appointment and the performance of Heather and Jeff as interim managers out there. I've never seen such a dramatic turnaround in attitude and responsiveness that they have shown. And I know you will be, as commissioners, looking at options to manage the airport coming up, and I would strongly recommend that you consider to have it managed as a county department and not as a contract. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nico Mack, and I'm here just to talk about the supporting Jeff and Heather to run the airport and about the safety issues. And by way of introduction, I own a hangar in Minden, and I fly a lot with airplane and seaplane and helicopter and gyrocopter and balloon and glider ratings. I've flown 10,000 hours in airports all over the U.S. and also Canada, South America, Central America, Africa. And I've seen a lot of airports, a lot of airport management, and I've seen a lot of safety issues. And the thing about Jeff and Heather, even though they don't have the experience, and I can see hiring somebody like Rob Hightower for working on the airport master plan, but what really matters is the attitude and the willingness to get stuff done. And my story is I came to Minden, I hadn't been flying this year. I tried to taxi out. I have an airplane with a big 82-foot wingspan, wider than other people. The bushes had grown too tall. I know he doesn't have staff to take care of it. He came out, and in an hour, the bushes were cut, and I could taxi out. You're not going to get that kind of support from the lowest bidder for your RFP for managing the airport. These guys are really good, and I hope they stay. And then in terms of safety, I've never had an accident, and I flew here for 2 years before deciding to buy a hangar. I wouldn't have bought a hangar if this was an unsafe airport, and I've been flying here like yesterday. There were several training aircraft in the pattern. Everybody's polite. courteous, and I don't see a safety issue at all. And I have seen safety issues, but not here. All right, thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Robert Trumbley. I'm a local business owner and aviator here in town. I first want to thank all of you sitting up there for doing the job you do. Really appreciate that. It's thankless for the most part, so I want to thank you right here, and especially Dan also, and all your boys out there and girls. They're really important to us, and thank you for all they do. Congratulations and thank you very much. Another tall order. We appreciate it. I'm going to be a little bit redundant here. It's like a sounding board. I'm an aviator. I've had some experience at the airport, 25 years flying out of the airport. I've owned a house here for 15. I'm one of the transplants from California, so don't hate me too bad. I love it here. I too have seen some big changes, good and bad, at our airport over those 25 years with different management people and styles. What I've seen in the short time that Jeff and Heather have been out there is a very, very responsive team of individuals that really care about this place. And I really don't think we're going to get that out of a contractor, especially a low bid contractor. I come from a union and have seen lots of, and had to work along low budget contractors that have done low bidding, and it's very difficult in any form to get people to perform if their heart's not in it. And I feel like that those two really, really care. I've had a lot of interaction with them now. And you can see by the people coming in, especially AJ mentioning about the safety meeting, a lot of us were nervous about that with Larry and Kurt coming down. They were incredibly good. The meeting went so well, it took me aback a little, and they were very supportive of Heather and Jeff also, like we are. They want this to work, and they feel like that it's a very safe environment. Although we all have challenges at every airport, we're all up to the task, and they are up to the task to learn. They don't have the limitation of, maybe arrogance isn't the word that I should use, but I'm going to use it. You know, people can come into situations like this in contractors and have all the answers, but they don't have the answers for our local place. They come from somewhere else, and that's what I'd like to see avoided. We're here to support them and you all. So please consider that when you consider this stuff. So, and thanks again for your efforts.
Thank you.
Jim Slade. I've not paid as much attention to the vacation home rental issue as some, but I have paid attention, and I've supported the majority of that compromise plan. But prior to your last meeting on June 1st, I had never heard the idea of allowing twice as many people at a VHR during daytime as are allowed overnight. That seems like a particularly bad idea to me and asking for trouble. The main concerns about VHRs have been parking noise and trash. Parking would be much worse with this decision, and noise would likely be worse too. And whose idea of daytime extends to 9 p.m.? For most of the year, it is completely dark well before then, and often long before then. 9 p.m. is not daytime. For many people, it's bedtime. And who will be out there at 9 p.m. checking to see that only the allowed number of people in cars are there? That policy is ill-advised and should be modified at the earliest possible time. Commissioner Rice was particularly anxious to get the VHR ordinance passed without revisiting that aspect of the decision. As usual, he was supporting special interests, in this case VHR owners, in many cases out-of-state investors trying to maximize their profits, while ignoring the interests of the existing residents. And needless to say, I haven't forgotten Mr. Rice's knowing lies from earlier this year for which he refuses to apologize. He lied in January to try to sway the board to support the interests of developers from whom he received many campaign contributions, and while being contrary to the public interest. In February, he knowingly lied about the funding of the microtransit so as to benefit the casinos in Edgewood, both of whom have made significant campaign contributions to him. He ignored the fact that very few residents at the lake will benefit from the service at this point, and that Douglas County was bearing far too much of the cost and getting far too little of the benefit. And of course, he still refuses to apologize for his purposeful lies. On a different topic, it seems clear that the board wants to limit public comment. They have put up additional barriers to comments on various topics, as well as eliminating the ability to listen to meetings and comment via Zoom. That is not in the public interest. Many people cannot attend these daytime meetings in purpose, yet they deserve the opportunity to listen to and comment on items before the board. It is vitally important that commissioners attend the meetings in person, yet commissioners, of course, are allowed to attend by Zoom. So why not the public? Commissioner Rice especially often attends by Zoom, and I would wager that he has attended far more meetings by Zoom this year than in person. Yet another reason why he should consider resigning.
Good morning, all. Jason Gibson, the House of Gibson, echoing what you already know. Nothing's really going to change unless we litigate these people, place them on proper notice with their affidavits, and get behind your state and federal constitutions. It's not our government, it's their government. It's supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people. It's a government by the government, for the government. But nevertheless, congratulations on the Carson Valley Days and all the volunteers and the efforts that went into organizing a good time. I missed you this year, Sheriff. Last year, you guys went galactic, had a float, had a jalopy of a hot rod out there. It was pretty cool. But this year, what we got were surveillance cameras on the dance floor. Right there on the dance floor. You wouldn't know that, Turkanian, because you weren't there. I didn't see any commissioner here with their aloha on for the 3 days that I was there. Maybe Gardner was there because he spent some time in Hawaii. And I don't see it all, but I know I was on the dance floor and I couldn't get out of bed till like noon on both Saturday and Sunday. So hats off to Jakota Waz, Moxie Ruckus. I forgot the headliner on Saturday night, but they were smoking hot. A couple of glitches here, you know, don't sell beer at $7 a glass and tell the public it's a 16 ounce when it's only a 12 ounce. And they did that for 3 days. And I guess I was the only one that spoke up because they comped me like 5 beers just to keep me cool, my mouth shut. You know, it's apparent that law enforcement doesn't know how to dance, and they don't party in Douglas County. They got to go out of town to get their rocks off. And I think one of the reasons why they don't dance or party with us locals is because we're all under surveillance. The more money they make, the more surveillance. Black helicopters, your mugshot, your future mugshot with the Fed and the state, you know, keeping us all safe from the boogeyman. And I don't think we should trust anybody who doesn't dance. Just don't do it. Nevertheless, I want to bring up the Flag Day. Was that my buzzer? 30 seconds. All right, well, I can't go with the rest of it. So we want to pull the following action items. We want to pull L, M, N, and O. L for the purpose of overfunding public defenders who claim to be such under the Indigent Services Contract. $250,000 is excessive. The $619,000 for the American Rescue Plan Act for law enforcement, totally unacceptable. They have no plan for American Rescue, so we want to pull that item. They've already taken the vast majority of the lion's share of the American Rescue Fund Plan Act.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
And
Your
so on
time
and
has
so forth. There's
expired.
never
Would you
enough
please
time
sit
to
down?
actually cover what needs
Excuse
to
me,
be said.
Gibson. Mr. Gibson, would you please sit down? Thank you.
Ted Gaines. Kind of a tough act to follow here. All you people from the airport, I appreciate hearing from you, but the person running your airport has been through 3 different senior jobs in the county. I know for a fact, because I know people that worked with her, she works more from home than she does on the job. But I wish you the best of luck. She couldn't handle the bracelets for the Blue Angels things. The county commissioners got all the calls on it. They know the ruckus that went there. She's the one that was running that. I wish her the best. I wish our county manager the best, even though she may think I don't. We have a problem in this county. When our county manager first said he was going to resign and retire, we decided to hire within. We had 2 commissioners, Mr. Tartanian and Mr. Nolenstadt, that said we should go out and search for it. The other 3 said no comment. Now, Patrick Cates obviously wanted us to hire within because he talked it up. I have a deal here that the first day it was done, or it's in the South Tahoe Tribune, the CEO of the SMUD department up there retired. He went to down south. The day he retired, they went nationally to replace him to get the best possible person. You people, on the day you hired our county manager, had a flood issue come in front of you that the county couldn't handle because they didn't have the engineers and stuff. So you put $125,000 up to get the best possible person to handle the flood things. I don't understand why we didn't try to get the best possible person to manage our county. And again, I know Jennifer a little bit. I hope her the best. I do know, which I've said before, in 2 different occasions. One occasion, she told me we don't have to follow rules. As a Douglas County, we make our own. And I'm more than happy to take a lie detector test, and she told me that. On another occasion, she knew there was a conflict of interest with employees, and we were going to change that. We were going to go get somebody else to take care of that problem. Our legal counsel was in that meeting. He seems to have a mental lapse, but I want to put this on the record. Also, the people need to know, in our opinions, one of our commissioners put in there that there was a motion made, passed 5-0. Then the motion was changed. The wording on the changes is obviously a change in the motion. We got commissioners that stated, thank you, I like to put these on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Is there any additional public comment here? Sensing none, we'll close public comment. Bring it back to approval of the agenda. For possible action, approval of the proposed agenda, the Board of Commissioners reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner, to combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, and to remove items from the agenda or delay discussion relating to items on the agenda. I will indicate before we do this, we are going to have a report today on the agenda from our lobbyist in regards to the legislation that was passed by our state legislature during the recent session. Walker and Associates, Mary Walker and her husband Steve, are also lobbyists for Lyon County, and they're making their presentation to their Board of Commissioners this morning because they run concurrent to our meeting. So they will be here later on today, and when they come here, what we want to do is we will proceed through the item that we're currently discussing, and then we'll bring that item forward for them to discuss, and then they can leave. That way, they can get on with their business. So that's just a minor change there. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noah, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the agenda as proposed. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Question.
Oh, okay.
I would like to pull, do you want,
This is the agenda.
All right.
Okay, we're going to go next
Great.
into the
Okay,
consent
good.
calendar. So,
Good.
okay. Is that what your question was?
yeah,
Okay.
didn't want to lose that opportunity
Yep.
to.
Okay. No, you haven't lost that opportunity.
Good.
Okay. Okay. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. We'll now go to the approval of the previous minutes for possible action discussion to approve the draft minutes of May 4th, 2023, and May 18th, 2023, regular meetings of the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion to approve
So
both of
moved.
those. Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Noah to approve the draft minutes of May 4th and May 18th, 2023, regular meetings of the Board of County Commissioners. Any discussion in that regard? Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We will now recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. We have one item on today's agenda, and I remind myself that Sheriff Coverly serves on this liquor board also, so motions will be approved on there are 6 votes available for this. And it looks like Sergeant Lynch is representing Captain Duffy today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Please proceed. Oh, I have to read it into the agenda first, okay, or into the record. For possible action, discussion to approve a restricted gaming license operated by M1 Gaming to the existing packaged retail liquor license for Sada Ang Sang Incorporated, DBA Arco AMPM Store, represented by owner Amandeep Singh. Amandeep Singh has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Arco AMPM Store is located at 1338 Highway 395 North, Gardnerville, Nevada, 89410. Sergeant Lynch.
This applicant has met all requirements, and the sheriff's office is not in objection.
Any discussion or any questions for Sergeant Lynch? Since none, then I will entertain a motion to approve this as presented.
I move approval as presented.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Noah to approve the unrestricted or the restricted gaming license operated by M1 Gaming to the existing packaged retail liquor license as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Sergeant Lynch. And we'll now adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. Consent calendar. I am requesting that item H be moved to the admin calendar. Was that where you were at also? Okay, so item H. I'm also informed by our county manager, acting county manager, I suppose, so right now, that item V, as in Victor, is not ready for prime time. That needs to go to the audit committee first, so that item will be pulled from this agenda. So I will entertain the motion to approve the consent calendar, items A through Z minus item V and the movement of item H.
Question for our attorney. We've had a member of the public request other items be pulled, and I know in our agenda we list how that's to be done. Do we need to pull other items?
Chairman, if I may.
Please.
Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Members of the public can request that a consent item be pulled. The board, a majority of the board would need to go ahead and vote to remove that from the consent item. It's a request. It's not required.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm entertaining a motion?
I move approval of the consent calendar except for items H, which will be heard on the administrative agenda, and except for item V, which will be brought back at another time.
Okay. Do I have a second? Second. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the consent calendar with the deletion of item V and the pulling of item H to the admin calendar. So any further discussion? Sensing none. And Commissioner Tarkanian has stepped out. So anyways, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 4 to 1 abstention, I believe. I don't. So thank you. Okay. Anyways, we will now move to the administrative agenda. I'm going to, generally it indicates that items pulled from the consent calendar will be heard first. However, we have a number of people here that are for presentation only items and probably want to proceed with their day. So I'm going to proceed with the presentation only items. And then after that, we'll go to item H. Okay. And I believe we have community development here to present item H. Is that correct? Okay. Very good. So I'm going to come down there to do these 4 items. Okay, now the fun part, okay, for presentation only items. We have quite a few of these today. So presentation only, ceremonial presentation of proclamation 2023P-045 honoring East Fork Fire Protection District for its dedicated service to emergency management in Douglas County. And we have a number of members here from not only the fire department, including Chief Carlini, but also several members of our fire Board of Trustees, right? East Fork Board of Trustees. So I would entertain or ask them to also join us up here when we do this. So I'll read this and then we can get some comments. Okay. So proclamation, Douglas County Board of Commissioners, proclamation 2023P-045 honoring East Fork Fire Protection District for its dedicated service to emergency management in Douglas County. Whereas Douglas County recognizes East Fork Fire Protection District, East Fork Fire, as having the necessary personnel, training, and experience to provide the services required of a local emergency management agency. In 2008, the county entered into an agreement for emergency management services with East Fork Fire to fulfill the requirements of NRS Chapter 414.1, or I'm going to start that over, Chapter 414.090. As part of this agreement, the county appointed East Fork Fire Chief as the East Fork Fire Chief as the Director of Emergency Management for Douglas County. Whereas East Fork Fire provided all hazard, incident, and emergency operations center management for all emergencies with county-wide impact or as necessary to address localized incidences within the county. And whereas East Fork Fire partnered with and will continue to partner with federal, state, local, tribal, territorial, private, nonprofit, and community agencies and organizations to educate communities on local hazards and natural disasters and how to prepare for them. And whereas East Fork Fire served as the county's official representative to the Nevada Division of Emergency Management, fostering a successful interagency relationship with the state and maintaining the ability of the county to obtain resources for safety and protection of our community. Whereas East Fork Fire provided administrative services and grant management, regulatory compliance and reporting, training and planning exercises, coordination of the local emergency planning committee, LEPC, and hazardous materials expertise. And whereas East Fork Fire provided oversight and management to the Douglas County CERT program, that's Citizens Emergency Response Team, program volunteers assisting in emergency shelter activations, which provided critical services to evacuees and their pets in times of need. And whereas East Fork Fire provided for the update and maintenance of the Emergency Operations Plan, the Hazard Mitigation Plan, and the instruction of appropriate elected officials and county staff regarding specific roles in the National Incident Management System and Emergency Operations Center. And whereas East Fork Fire has offered protection while playing a key role in large incidences, including the Waterfall Fire, Gondola Fire, Carson Valley Inn Fire, Powaloo Mercury Spill, Colville Fire, all major flood events in Douglas County, the Bison Fire, Tamarack Fire, and Calder Fire. And whereas East Fork Fire led Douglas County through the COVID-19 health crisis, which created conditions beyond the services, personnel, equipment, and facilities of Douglas County, creating significant impacts to the health and safety of Douglas County residents. East Fork Fire played a significant role in securing resources and emergency response. And whereas East Fork Fire led the county through multiple disaster declarations, securing funding for the repair of public infrastructure, funding for mitigation projects, and for the reimbursement for costs associated with damage caused by Douglas County disasters. And this is almost a scroll, right? I mean, almost takes two of these. Okay, wow, we were constrained by the frame, you know, so otherwise we could go on all day. I'm not sure where I was. I think it was, whereas East Fork Fire led the county through multiple disaster declarations, securing funding for the repair of public infrastructure, funding for mitigation projects, and for the reimbursement of costs associated with damage caused by Douglas County disasters. And whereas East Fork Fire will continue to be honored for its years of institutional knowledge, service, and dedication to the profession of emergency management. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, along with the Douglas County staff and residents, that East Fork Fire Protection District is recognized for its exemplary performance of duties, outstanding dedication to the community, and for serving the citizens of Douglas County with honor and in support of public safety personnel and emergency response. Adopted this 15th day of June, 2023, Board of County Commissioners, signed by myself and attested to by our Clerk Treasurer, Amy Bergens. Chief Carlini. Boy, that is a mouthful. And we have Mike Summers here, who's one of the trustees, and also Bernie Curtis, who is a member of the Board of Trustees as well, and our acting county manager, Jennifer Davidson, also has something to present.
Thank you. We wanted to present East Fork Fire Protection District with this plaque. It's a small token of our appreciation and the hard work and dedication in managing our emergency management program. This plaque formally recognizes our contractual arrangement from 2007 through June this year. However, it's really important for us to acknowledge that we did memorialize our arrangement beginning in 2007, but East Fork's service in emergency management and protecting our community has extended well before 2007. I specifically remember the 97, was it 97 or 96 floods? Where East Fork, specifically Chief Carlini, had to come in and save the county's bacon, and they have done so over and over and over again. We appreciate your service to this community and look forward to continuing to partner with the district on our emergency management program. We could not have done this without you, and our community is a much more resilient one and a safer one due to your efforts. Thank you.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. Excellent, thank you.
Todd Carlini for the record. I just, on behalf of the East Fork Fire Protection District and our Board of Directors, which 2 of them are here in support today, I just want to thank Douglas County for the recognition. But most importantly, I want to thank the people of Douglas County that are probably some of the most resilient people in the world. And they made our job through some very difficult times a much better situation because of that resiliency that we carry in Douglas County as a community. And I think that's the hallmark of, I think, any program, community program, such as emergency management. So I just want to make sure that we thank the community for their support over the years, as well as the staff, and there's been many. There's been many folks in East Fork that have contributed to the effort over the past 15 years. So thank you very much. Thank you.
You know, Douglas County is very fortunate to have some exemplary kids, minors, juniors in our community, and our athletic program is tremendous at Douglas High School. And they all need to be recognized for what they do and their activities. However, when you have situations where you have state champions, that deserves special recognition, in my opinion. And so, therefore, we did have some, we recognized our girls' golf team earlier this year for their 2-time state championship. And so we have a number of, a lot of great kids here today that are from Douglas High School that have won the state championship in softball, and so we're here to recognize them today. So I'll read this. Ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2023P-055, a proclamation recognizing the hard work and dedication exhibited by the players, coaches, administrators, parents, and all others involved with the school year 2022-23 Douglas High School girls softball program for representing this region well. Well is not a good word. It should be incredibly well, making Douglas County proud, and for bringing the communities surrounding Douglas High School together during this memorable softball season. There's several players I want to particularly call out here, although they're all great. We had I think it's for the second time, only the second time in Douglas County history that we had a lady that has been recognized as the Gatorade Player of the Year, Talia Tretton. Am I getting that right? Are you here, and could you please stand up? She is a pitcher, and she's a junior, and Gatorade Player of the Year. That's absolutely incredible. The second one that I wanted to personally call out is Mackenzie Willis, who is also recognized as the Nevada Pitcher of the Year. Is that the correct title? Pitcher of the Year? Okay. Oh, she's not here today. Okay. Very rarely does a freshman get to play varsity ball. Okay? Very rarely. I was fortunate enough when my daughter was going through high school that she was able to participate as a freshman on the varsity cross-country and track teams and excelled well. But by no stretch of the imagination did they get to a state championship. But we have here Peyton Simpson. I want to recognize her also. Please stand up. Peyton, so your mother works in our county manager's office, Michelle. So we want to recognize that as well, okay? But a freshman catcher, okay? And that's a absolutely critical position because they're the ones that call the plays, right? I mean, so that's absolutely incredible, and we look forward to you progressing in that. But once again, freshmen participating on a varsity team is very incredible, and then to be able to win the state championship is unparalleled. So, anyways, with that, I would like to call them up, all of them up, and their coach. Now, you're out of school now, aren't you? No, you're not. Okay, so this is kind of a break from school for you folks, right? Okay. And I know, and I know that Commissioner Tarkanian would like to join us down here as well. So we need to get him a Douglas High School softball ball cap, right? So I'm gonna finish this, and then you can say something. Okay? Yep. So a proclamation, Douglas County Board of Commissioners. This is a little bit shorter anyways. Proclamation 2023P-055 celebrating the achievements of the Douglas High School 2022-23 girls softball team. Whereas the Douglas High School girls 22-23 softball team won the NIAA Class 5A state championship on May 20th, 2023, beating the Centennial Bulldogs 6-4 at Hickson Park at the University of Nevada, Reno. And whereas the 22-23 Douglas team brought home the softball state title for the first time in over 3 decades. Their last title was won in 1992. These girls are also the first team from Northern Nevada to win a large class title since 2018. And whereas the Lady Tigers had a record of I can't get that wrong, right? Had a record of 33-4. An undefeated league play of 16-0 and ended the season on a 25-game winning streak and took the state title in Game 1. Douglas's 67 home runs were also a new NIAA state team record for the most home runs in a single season. And whereas Douglas girls softball state championship would not have been possible without the exceptional leadership of head coach John Glover, and assistant coaches Joe Gooch, Joey McNitch, and Matt Tretton, and pitching coach Kaylee, is that right, Kaylee? Callie Sargent. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, we would like to congratulate and recognize the hard work and dedication exhibited by the players, coaches, students, administrators, parents, and all others involved with the program for representing this region well, I say exceptionally well, making Douglas County proud, and for bringing the communities surrounding Douglas County, Douglas High School together during this memorable softball season adopted this 15th day of June 2023. I'm proud to have signed this and attested by our clerk treasurer, Amy Bergens. So who's the team captain? You're the only senior. You're the only senior. Oh. Okay. Okay. And I know that Commissioner Tarkanian.
Sometimes these proclamations, they don't state the most important things that are accomplished. The fact that you guys won the first state championship in 30-some years is impressive. The fact that no other Northern women's program in all other schools have won a state championship in 5 years is really impressive. But you know what catches my attention and what shows how great these young women are going to be when they get older in life is that last year they were in the same position to win the state championship. They only had to, in softball, you go to the winner's bracket, and if you get there, you play the people in the loser's bracket, and all you have to do is win one of the 2 games, and you're state champs. This group of girls, they got to the state championship in the winner's bracket 2 years ago and lost 2 games and lost to the Constellation. And now a lot of people would be heartbroken it would give up, or you can get tougher and handle that adversity and become stronger. And that's what I think is so impressive is you girls became stronger. You just not only won, you dominated everybody. And it's a testament to what your girls' character. And I'm going to finish with one thing. The Gatorade Player of the Year is the biggest achievement anybody can get of any of the awards out there. There's all kinds of people that give you MVPs and awards. The Gatorade's the biggest one you could have. I won in 1979, and my dad felt there was the biggest accomplishment I ever had in my entire life. For you to do it here and be the only person to have done so since 1991, what's 32 years ago? That's amazing. All of you girls, congratulations. What a great job.
Excellent, thank you. Can I make a quick comment? Please. Okay, real quick. My name's John Glover. I'm the head coach at Douglas High School, and I want to thank the county commission for doing this. This is a special thing. One thing that got left out that I want to mention, collectively as a group, there's 14 of them, had a 3.65 GPA. And so not only are they great softball players, they're great students. And, you know, I've been at the high school a long time. These girls are the best of the best at that high school. It gives me great hope for the future leadership of, I hope, Douglas County, but wherever they land, these are leaders that you'll see in the future. And so that's what I'm most proud of them. But thank you again for having us today. We appreciate it.
Now they have to return to class, I guess, huh? Are finals over? Oh, my God. Okay. Okay. Item number 3, for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2023P-049, proclaiming the week of June 18, 2023 through June 24, 2023 as the National Pollinator Week in Douglas County, Nevada. I think we do this on an annual basis, don't we? We do. Okay, so anyways. So Proclamation 2023P-049, June 18th, through the 24th, 2023 is National Pollinator Week in Douglas County, whereas Douglas County has an abundance of plant and animal species that enhance the natural beauty of Douglas County and contribute to the health of our ecosystem and industries, and whereas pollinator species such as bees, birds, butterflies, bats, beetles, and others provide substantial benefits that are vital for maintaining healthy flora and fauna, supporting wildlife, providing healthy watersheds and soils, and more. And whereas healthy pollinator populations are critical to the continued economic well-being of agricultural producers of rural America and of the U.S. economy, and about 1 in every 3 bites of food exists because of the work of pollinators. I was thinking that was a bite of a mosquito. So, whereas pollinators' populations have seen a steady decline since the 50s, which may be due to factors such as disease, parasites, viruses, loss of habitat, exposure to pesticides, and lack of genetic diversity, and whereas it is critically important to encourage the protection of pollinators, increase the quality and amount of pollinator habitat and forage, reverse pollinator losses, and help restore pollinator populations to healthy levels, and whereas National Pollinator Week provides an opportunity to celebrate pollinators in our county, encourage the protection of pollinators, increase the quality and amount of pollinator habitat and forage, reverse pollinator losses, and help restore pollinator populations to healthy levels to ensure healthy ecosystems and food security. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners in recognition of the vital significance of protecting pollinator health do hereby proclaim the week of June 18th through 24th, 2023 as National Pollinator Week in Douglas County, adopted this 15th day of June, 2023. Proud to sign this one as well, and being attested by our clerk treasurer, Amy Bergens. There you go. Love your shirt.
Hello, Lindsay Chichester from the Extension Office for the record, and we're just glad to be here to talk about our pollinators. We have a beekeeping program. We have some great gardening and horticulture programs, and I'll let Jessica say something too.
My name is Jessica Gardner, Horticulture Outreach Coordinator at the UNR Extension Office. Like Lindsay said, we have a variety of different activities that will be happening next week. I have flyers here. You can also get on our Facebook page or our website and find all of our activities. We're doing things from movies to bio blitzes to pollinator bingo. So please come and join us for all the fun, and please remember to plant lots and lots of flowers.
Great. You want to? Thank you. Okay, and item number 4 for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2023P-050, a proclamation recognizing Main Street Gardnerville. We have a big group here today for them for 15 years of service at Carson Valley. I'll read that one. This is a mouthful as well. Okay, so Proclamation 2023P-050, recognizing Main Street Gardnerville's 15-year anniversary. Whereas in June of 2008, a local branch of the Main Street America program called Main Street Gardnerville was established under the town of Gardnerville. Main Street Gardnerville was established as a way to address the numerous issues facing older and historic downtowns during that time, including historic preservation and economic vitality. And whereas on June 3rd, 2008, by a resolution by the Town of Gardnerville Board of Directors, the Main Street Gardnerville program was formed to revitalize the core of downtown Gardnerville. Main Street Gardnerville was established as a nonprofit organization, becoming its own entity by successful incorporation as a nonprofit 501c6, and later in 2019 changed to a 501c3. Whereas the Main Street Gardnerville program's goal, in partnership with the town, county, business, and community, is to revitalize downtown Gardnerville, utilizing design, organization, promotion, and economic restructuring to develop a unique identity and preserve the historic nature of our community. And whereas in 2017, the Nevada Main Street program was adopted by the state legislature, allowing Main Street Gardnerville to pursue national accreditation with the Main Street America program. Main Street Gardnerville received its national accreditation in 2020 and is now among only 862 accredited programs in the nation, and the only nationally accredited program in the state of Nevada. Whereas Main Street Gardnerville has several committees dedicated to improving the town, including promotions, design, district vitality, flower, and heritage park gardens. And whereas Main Street Gardnerville has partnered with local organizations over the years to host successful fundraising events and programs such as Third Thursday Wine Walk today, later on today, weekly summer farmers markets, monthly wine down events. I think that's fourth Wednesday. Yeah, fourth Wednesday. Heritage Park Gardens, Sweep the Town District Cleanup, Facade Improvement Grant Program, Annual Slaughterhouse Lane Coffin Races and Fall Festival, Paint the Town Pink Breast Cancer Awareness Initiative, Freedom Festival 5K Fund Run, Wreaths Across America Ceremony, and a Dia de los Muertos Festival. Did I get that right? Okay. And whereas the Main Street and Bloom District Beautification Program, partnering with the local FFA classes at Douglas High School, Smith Valley High School, and China Spring Youth Camp students have cultivated 894 hanging flower baskets and 777 adopt a pots to date. I hope that's the right pot, right? Okay. Whereas over the years, Main Street volunteers have donated approximately 58,094 volunteer hours with an estimated value of $1,266,196. And whereas Douglas County, its residents and businesses have been greatly impacted by this dedicated organization. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, along with Douglas County staff and residents, we recognize the achievements of Main Street Gardnerville on this 15th anniversary and show appreciation of the time, dedication, and efforts to continuously work with the community and government to better Douglas County. Once again, adopted date on this 15th day of June, 2023, signed by myself and attested by Clerk Treasurer Amy Bergens. And I would like to invite all of you folks up front. Come on down. And our Main Street, I'm not exactly sure, director, executive director, whatever. Jen Alder, you want to? So, thank you. Appreciate all your work.
Jen Alder, for the record. I'm the program director of this wonderful organization. I get really emotional when we talk about our achievements over the years, and even having the honor of being with this incredible organization. This is just a small representation of the volunteers and what volunteerism looks like in your community. In 15 years, we proudly have here Margaret Pross, our founding president, on the original board. We have past president Meredith Fisher. I have Carol Sandmeyer, who was also on the founding board, and she was the heart and the drive to the Heritage Park Gardens and continues to be that. She's the #1 weed puller we have out there. We have probably our youngest volunteer, Minos Dobson, and we have Burgette, who is our current president here. We have Minos's mom, Sophia, who has been with our organization for many years, and Derek is a man of all trades and makes a lot of Eddy Street magic happen. And of course, we have Daphne Hillier here, who is our promo director. And tucked in the corner, I see Tom Delaire, who was our town manager for the town of Gardnerville during some of those years that we had, and he saw the visions to do one of our biggest redevelopment projects and historic preservation of the Gardnerville station. It's just been incredible what we've accomplished over the years, and I cannot thank the community and Douglas County for your continued support of the programs that we do that help our businesses. Thank you for the resolution to get more money to our small businesses to get some more historic preservations done this year. We will be awarding over $31,000 in facade improvement grants this year, and that will see a return of investment of over $60,000, we hope. So your Main Street dollars are definitely at work. I don't know if anybody else wants anything to say. I'm not going to take too much time, but I really wanted to thank you all for your support.
Jen? Did you see her? Yeah. Oh, I didn't.
Yeah. I can't forget Carol from her ride.
Well, that is very important.
I notice you're still in the Aloha spirit here with your dress, so good deal. Okay, can't let that go too quickly, right? So, Eric, you want to? Okay. With that, we're going to take a quick break. Okay. What time is it right now? 11:27. 11:27. Let's resume at let's go to 20 to noon? 20 to noon is good, right? Okay. 20 to noon, we'll resume. We'll go to a slight break. Thank you.
Record. Recording in progress.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:40, so we want to return into session. It's my understanding that East Fork Fire Chief Carlini has a short presentation he wishes to make, so we're going to entertain that at this time. It's not on the agenda, however, we're still going to entertain that. And then we'll go to item H, which was pulled off the consent calendar. And after item H, our lobbyists, Mary and Steve Walker, are here, so we're going to bring them forward and have that report, and then we'll return to the agenda as presented on item number 5. So at this time, Chief Carlini.
Todd Carlini for the record, and I was actually going to do this as part of the, I think, the appointment process that you were going to be doing for your emergency management director, but I guess we can do it before. It's I guess would be up to you, your pleasure.
I didn't realize that. So in item number 5 does allow possible action. Okay, so that allows public comment.
Okay.
So in light of what you've indicated, what we'll do is we'll go to item 5 then now and do that, so we can entertain that public comment from you.
Thank you.
And then we will resume with item H, and then item 11. So so we'll go into item number 5 then at this time. For possible action, discussion to adopt Resolution 2023-R-056, a resolution designating Kara Easton as the Emergency Management Director for Douglas County effective July 1st, 2023, being presented by Acting County Manager Jennifer Davidson. And the only reason I say acting, by the way, folks, is we haven't approved her contract, which is later on in this agenda today. So until that time, it technically acting. Okay, so Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. This item appears before you today as an additional procedural step we need to make as part of our transition, moving our emergency management program in-house. We did a formal recruitment process, and I'm pleased to announce we were successful in recruiting a very qualified individual, Ms. Kara Easton, who's before you today, for our role of emergency management director. But in addition, the role of emergency manager for Douglas County has some formal authority that is granted to it through statute and through county code that requires the Board of County Commissioners to actually appoint the emergency manager, the local area emergency manager by resolution, and that's what you're being asked to do today. I do have seated next to me Ms. Easton in case you have any questions for her. We're really excited about this transition and also our continued partnership with East Fork and what this will mean for the future of emergency management for our community. With that, we'll turn it back to the commission for any questions you may have.
Okay. Commissioners, questions? No? All I would say is that I had the opportunity to visit with both of the final candidates at our community center several months ago, and had an opportunity to visit with each of them. I was extremely impressed by Ms. Easton's conversation, and felt like she would be a really, really excellent fit for our county. And so I'm excited that previous county manager Patrick Hates took that opportunity to make that offer. You've been in the county, as I understand, you came into the county, what, May 15th or somewhere around that period of time, right? So you can say, you can vocalize versus just shaking your head.
I'm not used to this part yet, sorry. Yes, I started May 8th and moved here April 30th.
Okay, and I can attest to the fact that we took a tour of some of the flood damages and things of that nature, and it didn't take her long to get her feet wet. I mean, literally feet wet on the ground with these incidences. So, anyways, we welcome you. If there's no further comments from the commissioners, we'll go to public comment and open the floor for public comment. And I believe Chief Carlini now has something to say.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner, and thank you, the board, for their indulgence with this. One of the things I realized, we did a recent project on the river where we were, it was somewhat of a high-risk project, removing debris from the Rocky and Virginia diversion. And in the course of that, Ms. Easton was there with us. And there are times when emergency management has to be on site to oversee some of these efforts that are going on. And I quickly realized after we had some near failures of the operation that she was not very well equipped. And so I'm hoping to remedy a portion of that today, and maybe this is just part of the trappings of the office, but I have something here for her, and you'll have to forgive me for how it's wrapped, but a sandbag and baling twine that I took from some hay after feeding horses this morning is about all I could get. So I'm gonna like to present that to you, and I'm sure everyone's gonna want you to open it here, so.
It's very fitting.
Absolutely, we want her to open it.
I'm gonna make a mess, sorry.
Well, I tried to be a little creative, and I realized when you cut a sandbag, it falls apart.
Was
So
there sand in the bag before?
there was no sand. It was
No sand. Work gloves and a hard hat. Oh, thank you.
Sorry, Kara, you're going to have to put that on.
We did. It was because of the trees falling off. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Is there any additional public comment? Since you know, okay, so.
Left part of your stuff here. Ted Gaines. I wish Kayla good luck with her new job, as I do Jennifer. I think this job was created because our ex-county manager seen 250 grand sitting on the table, so he changed it. I'm an opponent of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We have had a fire department that has been very good with our emergency management. No problems. I shouldn't say very little problems, whatnot. So I don't like, there's changes we shouldn't make. I ask that Carla be in contact with Todd and them. They're good people. They care about the county, and they will help her with her new endeavor here. And I wish her the best. I just not one of the people that are in favor of changes. Thank you.
Additional public comment? Sensing no further comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Commissioners, any additional questions? There you go. Okay, then we'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of Resolution 2023R-056.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to adopt Resolution 2023R-056, a resolution designating Kara Easton as the Emergency Management Director for Douglas County effective July 1st, 2023. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations and welcome. Again. So. Okay, now we'll regress to item H of the consent calendar. We're going to go to item H, and then we'll come back to you, Mary. Thank you. Now I have to find that. Read that into the record. Okay. Okay, item H. For possible action, discussion to approve a $87,000 professional services contract with Ascent Environmental Incorporated for environmental review services required by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, TRPA, in order to adopt multiple amendments to the South Shore Area Plan, SSAP, and authorize the county manager to sign the contract. This being presented by Ms. Morales O'Neill. Morales. Okay. Someday I'll get that right.
For the record, Kate Morales O'Neill, Douglas County Planning. You will get it. It used to take you like 3 times. You're down to 2 times now. So that's more power to you. First, I want to say, I really appreciate you listen to our community members, their passion and dedication to do research and make public comment. And I really appreciate that. Even if it has to do, when staff, it has to do with your item, you appreciate that they're taking the time to do their research and ask questions and pertinent questions. And because that's what I've done since I've been here. And it takes a lot of research sometimes, and some things can be very confusing. The Tahoe Area Planning Agency, TRPA, it's tough. I mean, I'm kind of have supposedly the TRPA guru now for Douglas County. I use that term extremely lightly because TRPA is it's very difficult to understand in the jurisdictions and the permitting, but I have done my homework, and thankfully there's staff at TRPA that have been very helpful to me also to kind of understanding the ins and out. So the South Shore Area Plan was adopted by TRPA Governing Board in 2013, and then it went to the Douglas County Board of Commissioner and was adopted in 2013. And it consists of 660 acres. You'll see on the documents I gave you, I showed you a map. Basically, if you go to the second page, you'll see in the map the red outline. So that encompasses the South Shore Area Plan. The plan is now 10 years old. So over the years prior to my time, there were a few amendments that between TRPA staff and county staff wanted to get proposed and amended in the adopted plan from 2013. It just has never happened. Research was done, and those amendments were kind of still sitting there, and they didn't get done. The 3 amendments that didn't get done was expanding the town center. And if you look again on your map, you'll see that blue circle. And then I kind of superimposed it on the GIS map. That red line that you see that goes across the wording Manor Court, that's where the town boundary ends now. And so the proposed amendment is to include that entire parcel. Basically, 0.90 acres of that mobile home park is in the town center, and the other part of all those mobile home parks are not. I think there's only 6 that are in the town center, and the rest are all on the outside of the town center. And the reason that's important is basically uses. There's different regulations and policies. If this was ever redeveloped, it would be an issue, a problem, because you have certain uses allowed in the town center and ones that wouldn't be allowed outside the town center. Secondly was a energy conservation strategy. I think Douglas County, I know, along with TRPA, have made improvements as far as, light bulbs and energy conservation type things. Looking at electric cars, we haven't gone there, but I know TRPA has done some work in that department. But that's another amendment that was proposed and we didn't accomplish until hopefully in the near future. Lastly was just signage standards for the casino corridor. It was just inadvertently left out accidentally when this South Shore Area Plan was adopted in 2013. The additional amendment, so just to give you some history, when I started in last June, this was one of my first projects that I was given. Yippee, I said. So I've been working on this for a long time. And what this entails is it's not only these amendments, but all the maps, all the tables, everything has to be updated, right? So I've started doing that. I took it upon myself. I'm like, I really want to get this done. So I've been working on that a lot. GIS has helped me with updating some of the maps. In order to do any amendment for TRPA, per their code, we're required to do these environmental studies. So that's what this contract is, and it was in our fiscal budget last year. It's in it this year. The money's been there, and that's why we're contracting to get that environmental. We can't not get the study done. Ascent was involved when this was first done in 2015. They're familiar with those original 3 amendments. They're also familiar, some of the studies that TRPA requires, vehicle trip miles, that how they perform that study has now changed. So there's new regulations and things they have to do for the environmental study to meet up with TRPA's regulations and requirements. So the Barton Hospital, regarding the height amendment, the allowable height within the town center would go from 56 feet to 75 feet, and then establishing a healthcare district. So those 2 additional amendments were not on my radar when I started. So it was months into me being here before I had even heard of Barton Hospital or that was part of these amendments. So this wasn't this wasn't an attempt to rush through. And believe me, I've been working on this for a year, and I promised that I would get it done, and I just want to see it through. And this contract, this is just a draft. Basically, they provide the study, we get it back, and then the public will have opportunity to comment on it. And that's what we want. But these studies are required, and that's why we're proceeding with the contract with Ascent to get these things done and looked at. And I just wanted to clarify, and again, I really appreciate public comment that drives these type of things, because the whole TRPA, it can be difficult. I know permitting is a big deal as far as why does TRPA have the permitting, kind of jurisdiction over us. And basically, we don't have the staffing for that. The TRPA has 10 planners in their long-range planning department. In their permitting department, they have as much staff as we do in all of community development. So as much as I would love to say, hey, let's take on all the permitting in the Tahoe Basin, it's just not realistic for Douglas County. However, it is important to know when they are permitting projects, they adhere to the TRPA code of ordinances, but they also have to adhere to the Douglas County code. And then vice versa. When we're reviewing building permits, and from a planning standpoint, we ensure that they've already received TRPA approval before we'll approve it. Because so we do work together in that matter. It's not a one over the other. But, just realistically, it would be hard to take on all that permitting with the we have 3 planners in our department. Even if we had 5, to compare to how much they have at TRPA. But maybe in the future, there's something that we can look at to where we are able to work, more in unison. But it is difficult, and there is kind of a fracture, so to speak. But again, I think I've built some really good relationships at TRPA and that open communication. So I think we're getting there. And I do attend the Planning Commission. I am on the board at TRPA. I did miss last month's meeting only because I had another meeting. And then I'm also on the Tahoe Living Working Group committee. And I was at that meeting last month, and that is a committee to look at actions that we can take to address the housing issues, right? Workforce housing and so on and so forth. So hopefully, I just wanted to give some background. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Commissioner Tarkanian?
Okay, I just had 2 quick ones. The study that you said is mandated for us has to be done by an outside agency.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? I didn't hear you.
You said that we had to do the environmental study. It's mandated with our agreement, I think with TRPA. So can we do that in-house, or does it have to be an agency that specializes in this environmental work?
Yes, it does have to be a professional, someone who actually has that purview to be able to do those.
So that's a no-brainer, then we don't have a choice. So basically, it has to be done. Okay, the only other thing you mentioned that caught my attention is, and again, being new up here, I'm not sure how all this worked. It was my understanding TRPA did all the permitting in the lake. Are you saying they only do the permitting in Douglas County?
No, they have jurisdiction in Tahoe Basin. So they do all the permitting, project permitting for the Tahoe Basin. They do have jurisdiction.
All the other jurisdictions too. We're not the only one that is having them do that.
Are you saying for like Placer County in California and, I don't know the answer to that. My instinct is to say they still have jurisdiction. There might be more staff availability. There might be more of a cross line there, but as far as I know, they still would do the permitting. You still need that TRPA approval.
Okay, and so if we had the staffing and the money, we could do the permitting, but we'd still need TRPA to approve what we approve is permitting. Is that what you're stating?
No, I think if we were able,
no.
sorry, I think if we were able to take over the permitting, there would be an MOU that we would facilitate and move forward with it in that regard. If we had that type of staffing, yes.
Final question then. It's my understanding that our staffing for the permitting is paid for by the cost of the permitting and those fees here in the valley at least. And if that's the case, why don't we do the same at Lake Tahoe? And even if there's less homes that are applying for permitting, maybe they need to pay for a higher price for those applications. But then it gives Douglas County the authority to determine what they want to be built there or not. Is that a possibility?
I would defer that to finance or department. That's not my realm.
Tom Dallaire, for the record, Douglas County Community Development Director. And to answer your question, Commissioner Tarkanian, I don't know how many permits TRPA actually issues. Every residential home that goes through a remodel has to get an approval, especially if they expand. There is a soils analysis that has to be done. TRPA also requires a house to have a BMP plan. There's a lot of additional work up at TRPA in order for you to comply with the TMDL rules that have been implemented up at Tahoe to keep Tahoe blue. And so there would be specific training that would be needed for our staff in Douglas County to handle all of those functions on behalf of TRPA.
Those are all specific regulations that TRPA is requiring.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hales?
I appreciate that. I'm not sure I fully understand all of it, but I appreciate it. I mean, I guess just to sum up and make sure I understand that we, in Douglas County, if someone wants to do something at the lake, they get a permit first from TRPA, then they come to us and get a permit.
The building permit. Yes,
Building
so in
permit.
order to issue a building permit, they still have to, our building department has to approve it. Planning also we look at setbacks. They've adhered to setbacks, roof pitch.
But we don't look at all the TRPA specific requirements. We rely on them to do that.
You mean TRPA Code of Ordinances when
Yeah.
they're approving a project? Yes, so when it gets to us, as far as the building permit, we're looking at it from our code and our setbacks and our roof pitch. But other than that, and we have to have that TRPA approval letter, and it'll have the conditions in it too, which we also review to make sure we're on the same page.
So the pieces that we review is for the building permit, because we are the building official in Douglas County, and so the structural and those kinds of components of the home. TRPA has the BMP plan, so they're looking at the site drainage and dealing and approving that. We don't do that on our end. We have code, Title 703 is for Tahoe specific rules. And so that's what we are making sure that they comply with those requirements in our title, in our code, in Douglas County's code.
So would you see any benefit? We've been told that we're the only county that does it that way. Would you see any benefit in doing it differently?
Well, realistically, I think because, like Tom mentioned, there's the land bank, the land coverage. I mean, we could all learn all the processes that you have to do. I mean, it's really environmentally driven. Keeping the Tahoe blue, keeping it clean, looking at water runoff, and that has to do with the coverage and what's allowed and what isn't allowed. It's an understatement to say it's a beast. I mean, what they go through to do a project. And again, if you look at the amount of staffing that they have, I just don't realistically see us being able to have that type of staffing in order to accomplish what they do.
So, I mean, staffing aside, just like brainstorming, would there be any benefit in us looking at it first?
From a staff standpoint, I'm supposed to answer objectively. Now I'm going to answer subjectively and just in my involvement and say no. I don't see a benefit because I think they do, I do think TRPA does their due diligence. We still, they still adhere to our code. And so I don't see a benefit to it.
So I'm going to interrupt here for just a quick moment because I believe Ms. Davidson has something to add in regards to the jurisdiction of TRPA or how it was set up. Could you share that with us, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for clarification, TRPA was created federally. It's a federal agency with their own separate codes and regulations. And over the years, I believe Douglas County, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Dallaire, took the position and decided to staff it the way that we have because of economies of scale and the thought that it might be a duplication of effort. I do not see that if we were to take a piece of this on, that TRPA would stop their review. It's
Right.
just going to duplicate the review. I would also note for the commission, we have had an incredibly challenging time recruiting for the existing planning positions that we have. We have exceptionally talented individuals, but we are having a hard time keeping planners on staff, period. So this idea of scaling up for just Tahoe-related issues is something we can certainly look at and evaluate to see if it makes sense. And I'd point to our strategic planning process as perhaps an opportunity for us to discuss this matter further. It's not a no from this department today, and we're hearing the feedback of the public and the commission that maybe this is something we could be interested in looking at in the future.
Oh, don't take that from me. I was just trying to, put it to rest if there was nothing there. So anyway, did you want to add?
Yeah, Douglas County doesn't have a lot of properties up in Tahoe that are being developed. We have the Beach Club today. Sounds like there's another project coming in that's a reconstruction of an existing use that potentially has a significant impact in our county. There are a number of vacant properties still. I can't remember off the top of my head how many are up there, but the state of Nevada has been purchasing parcels in and around in the subdivisions that have been approved over the years that will keep those parcels and lots vacant forever. They are doing that. We are issued 20 building permits every year, and we issue probably from Tahoe we're allowed to do 20, and with Sierra Colina and also Tahoe Beach Club, those will end up being used up in full, and that's our allotment for the entire TRP area. And so there's not a lot of new construction. What we do have is, and we're seeing this more and more, is the 300 square foot cabin, family cabin that's being reconstructed to a 2- and 3-story home, to be 1,200 square feet in size so that they can actually live here full time. Can't live in a 300, family of 5 can't live in a 300 square foot house, and it's just, and so we're seeing a lot of that, and that takes land coverage in order to expand. So you end up horse trading land coverage. Somebody up the hill with the same types of soil sells their area, land coverage from their parcel, and it puts it on this new parcel that is now going to expand their house 1,000 square feet. And so there's a lot of that kind of stuff that TRPA controls. We provide the certificates because it's in our jurisdiction, in our county, but TRPA is the keeper of that information.
This is all very helpful to me, thank you. But the main question I had about this agenda item was more about, I think everything you're trying to do that is being accomplished by this study is good. I understand the amendments, appreciate all the information. Ideally, we would look at the whole area plan. And I just want to make sure for myself and for anyone else who's interested that this is a methodical, deliberate step in looking at the whole area plan.
Thank you for that comment, Commissioner Hales. That's absolutely correct. So this is just a step in the entire process. So again, that we will receive a draft of the proposed amendments with the environmental study. And in the meantime, if you look at TRPA and look at the South Shore Area Plan, you'll see everything that needs to be updated. For example, in a section, there is a conceptual idea of this new event center. Well, I've started updating that and I put a new picture in. And so there's, again, I've been working on this for a year, just trying to update the things that I know. There's a lot of pages I just flip because I don't have a clue about that. And I'll flip to the next page. But yes, this is going to be updated and looked at as a whole, but this is a step. These environmental studies are required.
So I imagine when we do our strategic planning, we can talk about how the area plans would fit into that.
One
Commissioner Nosad, you had a question?
Let Mr. Dallaire finish what he's going to say.
And I just have one more thought on that. So Douglas County planning staff had started an update to the South Shore Area Plan in 2015. These amendments were part of that. We feel like, those are important. We've recently it has been recently requested of us to look at the medical center with the hospital having to relocate and they're planning on relocating out of California because of the regulations, is my understanding. But they are, that's something that we need to look at on this. And then, but the staff has attempted to get this project done in 2015. I know when Sam Booth and when I first started here, we wanted to see what this was going to take to get moving again. We tried, and we got just delayed because of all the other work we have to get done. And so we weren't able to focus on that 2 years ago. And then Kate, we wanted to make this a priority because TRPA, our relationship we've mended it, but it was subject to some issues, and we needed to work through those. And so this process was started in 2015, and here we are, 2023, and we still aren't done. And I can see TRPA's frustration with that, and it needs to be a priority. And Kate's done an excellent job jumping in, learning about TRPA. She knows more about TRPA than I do now, and it's something that relationship needs to be rekindled, and she's done a great job at doing that.
Commissioner Nosak.
I asked a question on the map on page 3 of your handout. And the red line, does that exist as a yellow line now?
No, so sorry. So if you look on the map on the left, you'll see where I've circled it in that red line, right in the middle of that circle. I drew it. So right now, that's where the boundary line is. So that red line on this page, this red line, that's where if you go and look at the map before it, that's this red line. So that's where the boundary ends, the town boundary ends. So that little sliver of that parcel, that Manor Drive and Manor Court, just that little silver that's outlined in red and then yellow, that's the only part that's right now in the town boundary. So we want to extend that boundary to include that entire parcel.
Okay, by the entire parcel, you mean as exists on this page?
Yes.
All the yellow lines?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Anyways, just an observation, and this is a compliment, by the way. Don't take it otherwise, okay? You've been with us a year now, and I can attest to the fact that your presentations now are much more knowledgeable and show a lot greater confidence, and I appreciate that, okay? You're speaking with authority, and that's great to see your growth in the department over the last year. So that was I just want to make sure that you understand that's a compliment. It's, not to criticize what you perhaps brought before us before, but anyways, I can say that Ms. Davidson and myself had an opportunity yesterday to meet with Chris Proctor and Clint Purvance from Barton Health to talk about their process and their new medical center that they're basically closing down all of their facilities. That was not the original intent, but now it is the intent for them to, except for their outpatient, I believe is what they said, except for their outpatient clinic that's in South Lake Tahoe, they're intending to move all operations over to Douglas County, which will have a tremendous financial benefit and healthcare benefit to our county. So we're looking forward to that process, and they need this height requirement. Basically, as I understand it in talking with them, is just architectural more than anything else to make it fit in with the community. So I appreciate that aspect as well. So I think we should be excited about that opportunity for Douglas County. So any other comments, questions, commissioners? Okay, then we'll go to public comment on this. Is there a public comment on item H?
Ellie Waller, I want to personally apologize to Tom and Kate because they've been pulled away from things that they need to be doing other than hearing this. But what this does is bring to your attention that there are so many more issues up in Tahoe than just vacation home rentals. And I am asking that you have somebody come to this board. Brandy McMahon came to the Planning Commission and explained some of the complexities and intricacies. 3 minutes isn't going to cover. Every local jurisdiction has dual approvals. We are the only ones that don't approve first. Everybody else does, then it goes to TRPA review in reverse. I came from Placer County. They're a bigger county. They have their own Tahoe CEO. They have their own department. Carson City has no real estate that has to be dealt with. I understand, again, the complexities and the beauty of living in a smaller county, but it doesn't mean the public shouldn't have a first opportunity to go before you folks instead of TRPA. The Latitude 39 project, which I've already provided comments, there are some people in town that don't want that height, even though it's approved at that height. The same thing with this hospital. I'm not against this hospital. I am taken by surprise that most of their activities are being moved. Financial gain notwithstanding, the area and the people that live there don't have a voice on that height when this changes. I'm looking they will have a voice when the environmental document comes out. I've done this for 20 years. I understand the complexities. I work with land use planners, so I try to come with factual notes to you. So I'm hoping you will request a future presentation from the TRPA so you can have direct answers. I understand coverage. I understand the nuances of how they derive height. It's not just giving them 75 feet. It's where it sits on the property, how it's measured. It is very complex. And I thank Tom for coming up here very well versed on the things that they need to. So it's not a question of who should agree to approve it first. From a public participant standpoint, I believe you folks should hear it first. Thank you.
Additional public comment? Sensing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any further questions or comments? Okay, then I'll
I have
entertain.
one more.
Entertain a motion?
Because I believe we are going to look comprehensively at the South Shore Area Plan, I'm in support of this. Should I make a motion?
Please,
I
if
move
so inclined.
approval of consent agenda item H for $87,000 professional services contract with Ascent.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian for the approval of item H, $87,000 professional services contract with Ascent Environmental Incorporated as presented. I just had one other question, and that is, so this 87,000 is not in the 23-24 budget. It was already in our 22-23 budget. Is that correct?
Yes, Kate O'Neill for the record. Yes, Morolles. Did you just hear me? I just said Kate O'Neill.
Morolles.
I hope my wife is not listening. Kate Morolles O'Neill for the record. Yes, this was part of our 22-23 fiscal budget. So that is correct. And I do want to thank you for your compliment. I'm glad I sound more competent now. That's good to know. I do want to thank our planning staff. I haven't gotten here by myself, and Lucille, Colleen, Linda, have helped me tremendously. Jeremy, Tim, everybody in community development. So it's taken a village to train me, and so I appreciate all of them, but I do appreciate your comments, and it does mean a lot. Thank you.
And now that you're there, we need you to stick around.
Yeah. Okay. Well, not making any promises. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. Since no other comments, all those in favor of item H, discussion to approve $87,000 as presented. Sensing no further comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, as I indicated, we're now going to call forward item 11. Our legislature, I believe, has finally concluded, unless the governor calls other special sessions. Item 11 for presentation only, discussion and presentation from Walker and Associates regarding the 2023 legislative session and bills and other legislative issues impacting Douglas County. Steve and Mary Walker of Walker and Associates. As I said, they earlier made this same presentation, I believe, to the Lyon County Board of Commissioners, and so they're here today to give us an update on this. For those members of the public that are not aware of it, we do employ Walker and Associates as our legislative lobbyist, I guess is the right word, right? And so we really appreciate your activities. And as I understand it, this will be your last presentation to us. Is that right? You're actually, after this session, you're going to be retiring. Is that correct?
Good question. We were supposed to retire June 30th, and Story County asked us to stay because of all of the, we've had 2 governors now try and take the Tesla taxes away from them. And that is, we won both those times, but they're not out of the woods yet. So they asked us to stay, so we're going to stay. And I talked to your former county manager about it. If you want us to stay and you still have the 3-county coalition, we are very open to that. We've always loved working for Douglas County. So
Then I apologize for announcing your early retirement.
no, you were right. That was our plan. It's just
okay.
There's some big things going on.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. It's very nice to be here today. Yes, the good news is the legislative session is over. We are going to get the A's Stadium in Southern Nevada. But for the 2023 legislative session, we did monitor 433 bills for our 3 counties. And the governor has the next couple of days to decide whether he's going to veto bills. So this presentation is without that additional information. But if there are some vetoes that affects some of the bills that we have been looking at, then I will get that information to you. Some of the bills that we were able to, were positive and we were able to get through, AB 518, indigent defense, that provided a $1.5 million per year stipend from the state for our judges, district attorneys, and public defenders. If you recall, in 2021, the legislature implemented AB 424, which required an actual court hearing within 48 hours of someone's arrest. And what that did for the rural counties was it was really difficult because now you have judges and district attorneys and public defenders working weekends and holidays, Christmas, Thanksgiving, without any additional pay. So that has been very difficult for them. So I was able to get $1.5 million a year. It's a $450 stipend per day. So whoever is working it, and it also pertains to, and if you have an elected DA who's working, he'd be able to get that $450 per day. So it's more of an equity thing for them. And I am working with your almost new county manager and her staff and the district attorney. We're going to meet next week and make sure we understand how the process of the funding goes. AB 68, the China Springs apportionment bill, that was passed. We also got state funding of the China Springs budget for the next couple of years. There is $400,000 that after the second year, it will be paid by the county starting in 25-26. But for the next 2 years, we did get the full funding restored, which is just a major, major deal for China Spring. We did get SB 235 is a pretrial release bill. That one your district attorneys, I know, are very familiar with, but what we were trying to do there is trying to grow the professionals that provide these hearings for these defendants. And what it does, it allows, like, for example, municipal judges to work on justice of the peace and vice versa. It allows a district attorney to actually get the stipend. It allows for district attorney from other counties to come in and work on weekends if you need to. So we're trying to grow the pool of people who can actually provide that service. We did, were able to change a lot of these bills or kill them, thankfully. AB 95 candidacy for office, that would have required any candidate for office to actually have a petition. You have to have people sign a petition before you can file for, that one died. Thank you. AB 172 collective bargaining data, that would have been pretty onerous for our rural counties. Now it applies only to schools, so we're not in it. We had AB 369 court fines and fees, that died. AB 391, that was a 5% for local bidders. That is now enabling, it's not a requirement. SB 64, that would have required the Board of County Commissioners to appoint the president of the school board. That died. And they had a couple of homeless bills which were pretty scary in the fact that it would allow the homeless to be in any public property. And they did put that in, and I believe it was in the Seattle area, and the homeless are now in the school playgrounds. And you can't get them off because they can be anywhere. And so it's not just your parks and that type of thing. That one was killed. SB 233 rental equipment taxes, we were against because that would have been unequal taxation, and our assessors were very involved in helping to kill that. That died. SB 338 on OHVs, that was Senator Flores' bill. It would have taken away our authority to regulate OHVs, which would not have been a good thing when you have your public, all the public input, positive and negative, and you would have no rights over it. That was completely gutted to just one single definition.
I'm sorry, you said OHV? What
OHV.
is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, off-road vehicles.
So this is the same senator who wanted to take our TLT taxes from us too. He sounds like a wonderful guy.
That's right. That's right. And thinking of that one, SB 213. I do want to compliment the Board of County Commissioners for their work on SB 213. You did a great job on that Douglas lodging tax bill. And then SB 432 would have swept Tesla property taxes, and it was really centered towards Tesla, but it would have been statewide. So if you had a big project like that, what they would have done is, instead of the local government who provides all the local government services to these big companies, there's a 10-year abatement on property taxes, for example. And for Story County, they're in year 9. So they've been providing local government services to one of the largest buildings in the world with no taxes. And in next year, they're supposed to start getting those taxes. Well, the state comes in and says, no, we're going to take them away from you. So we were able to kill that bill, but that is an ongoing discussion. I also wanted to, the one that got away, the elected salary bill, we really tried to the very last waning hours of the legislative session to get that through. We first had SB 51. We had 2 amendments to that to try and get that through. That was killed. And then later on, the last few days of the session, we asked Minority Leader O'Neill, PK O'Neill from Carson, to put in an emergency bill for us for the elected official salaries. which he did. And we got it through the Assembly, 42 to zip, a half hour before the deadline. It gets over to the Senate, goes to Senate Finance. We had all the members of the Senate Finance, they would have voted for it, but the chairman didn't bring it up for a vote. And the reason is because the majority leader refused to have that come to a vote, and one person stopped it. So we have to work on that for next session. And one of the things that I would say is that we have fantastic elected officials, and we need to really introduce them to these legislators, particularly Southern Nevada, so that they're not afraid of us. We're people, and we do our jobs. But we need to do better on getting that through next session. Basically, now we're going to get into two more bills. We're hoping for vetoes on. SB 81, that's the regional planning. So it's Washoe, Carson, Douglas, Lyon, Story have to be, meet twice a year. It's a crazy bill, and then the county manager has to do a report and all this. We're hoping for a veto of that. And then SB 226, that was a bill that really related to prevailing wage on the private sector. And in the last waning days of the session, they gutted that bill. This is one for you, Doug. And they put in there prevailing wage on lease purchase agreements and things like that. So you want to take a look at that. It was at the very end. I wanted to let you know, too, that over the next 18 months, the legislature changed the way they do the interim. So you have 4 months of session, and with special sessions and budget meetings, it's actually about 5 months. But in between, they have the same committees that meet during the session meet in the interim. And last interim, we monitored 12 of those committees. And the thing about it is with those is that you need to be there in the interim, because that's when they're taking their time and going into more detailed discussion of the bigger items that come before them. And if you're not there, talking to them and trying to, have them move to a different position, then if you show up in 2025 and you haven't discussed it with them the last 18 months, the first thing they're going to say is, where have you been? We've discussed this for 18 months. Where have you been? So the interim session is very important. I do want to thank your staff. Your staff has been absolutely great. We had 433 bills. They respond to them. Not if it's neutral, but if they have any other position. And they've done a really great job getting that information to us. I also want to thank Chairman Gardner and Vice Chairman Rice, because they were on our 3-county legislative coalition, and really appreciate their guidance and all the discussion we had. And then I've got Steve, who can talk about water.
At least this year we have something for you to talk about, right? We do have water.
Yeah, lots of water. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commission members. For the record, Steve Walker. I would also like to start with thanking the staff. Without their input, we wouldn't be effective. And so thanks again. If we do continue doing this, we apologize some of the times when we dump 200 bills on you and ask for a response. Overall, my focus is water and natural resources, and overall it was a session that really didn't get much accomplished in those subjects. The best thing that happened was not legislatively, but within a budget, that there was a $3 million increase allocation to the state engineer. Definitely needed to happen. They're understaffed. Now they have the money, but then you still have the problem with finding staff that work at state level salaries. But they do need more help. The The bills that are positive, particularly for Douglas County, AB 20. AB 20 is a rewriting of the procedures of the SRF funding, and SRF stands State Revolving Loan Funds. That's federal money that's passed through the state and through the Board for Financing Water Projects for water infrastructure and sewer infrastructure. Because of the federal infrastructure funding that's gone through, there's an increased allocation in that fund that now will fund conversion of individual septic systems to wastewater treatment, public wastewater treatment. It's very important throughout Nevada. I don't know of a county that hasn't done 1 acre parceling with a domestic well, and we do that. It's just a recipe for contaminating the groundwater. And for the first time, there's going to be funding to address that issue. Another bill that is, though not specific to us, AB 220. It's Southern Nevada Water Authority's large bill. It was a 38-page bill. And why I bring it up, it is going to also do a septic conversion of water that on houses that receive Colorado River water, municipal water, so they can claim that water return flow into Lake Mead. But you also hear about it even in national news. It's the very first time, and I've been in the water business for a long time, where in that bill, the Southern Nevada Water Authority Board can actually restrict water delivery to individual homeowners or businesses. And it's new in the fact that it typically in a utility, if you want to use all the water you want, you can as long as you pay for it. And so this is, it would be triggered by actions out of the Bureau of Reclamation and the Colorado River Compact, but it was interesting in that way. Additionally, there was bills that came up in water that most of them died. That's not unusual because we move very incrementally on water policy. But I think that by them dying, we lost an opportunity to maybe move some water legislation forward that's necessary. AB 387 came out of the Public Lands Interim Committee, and what it's tried to do is address the issue that in Nevada has 256 separate hydrographic basins. And some of them, the groundwater flows between the basins. They're called interconnected basins, as does the surface water. And under existing law, you can only recognize each individual basin and the perennial yield of that basin. So if somebody makes an application, then you would look and see is there water available in that basin. What was the state engineer ruled that in interconnected basins, you would have to look at that application's impact on all of the existing permits in the interconnected basins. It's good water policy. It's exactly what happens in Nevada, but it didn't make it. It died mostly out of the development in Southern Nevada on Coyote Springs, and it killed the bill. We'll see it again. AB 424, Tahoe bonds, that's, I supported that for Douglas County as I did AB 20, and that basically the $100 million bonds passed by the public in 2000, it's a portion of that money has to be allocated every 2 years for the EQIP program, Environmental Quality Improvement Program, and that passed. There was 2 bills that were supported by Douglas County, one that SB 102, Water Resource Plan, and SB 176, Water Right Purchase Retire. They were both bills sponsored by Senator Goga-Chia. It was his last hurrah. He's term limited, and he tried to get these bills through. What AB 102 did was in the legislative session 2021, or I think, 2019, all local governments and all utilities are mandated to develop a water resource plan by 2029. This would have allocated $1 million to help provide grants to get those plans done. It didn't have a hearing, so it died. His other bill, SB 176, was a water right purchase, retire policy. The history of that bill is during the 60s and 70s, the state engineers over-allocated water rights in basins in Nevada, trying to encourage economic development with the thought that It usually was called desert land entry. Most of them failed, so we'll just put all our water rights out, and they won't be used. In fact, a lot of them were, and so you created a situation where you have in those basins both over-allocation, but also over-pumping, and a race to the bottom on groundwater. This bill would have taken about $8 million from the budget and created a program to buy and retire water rights in those areas and kind of try to fix the situation. Again, no hearing. Excuse me, had a hearing, but it died. I think I bring this up because I think that we talk about Nevada being the driest state in the union and how water is so very important to us, and yet our actions speak louder than words. We don't do too much with water. We never fund it. The state engineer is underfunded, and so I guess that's just my final complaint. And I think now that we'd be ready for Mary to answer some questions.
Okay. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Hales? No? Commissioner Tarkanian? Commissioner Nosad? No? Okay. So once again, yes, it was, I go through this, I went through it a couple years ago, now this year, serving on NACO and then also this board. And so we continue to appreciate what you bring to the table and how you advocate on behalf of the county. You didn't mention one item that did pass that directly affects Douglas County. So would you like to address that particular issue? And I think you know what I'm talking about.
Which one?
I think it's SB 391. I think that's of particular interest to the residents of Douglas County. And that regarding sirens.
Yes. So that bill did pass, and it does, let me read what it actually says, because they did change it a little bit. The bill requires a local government, it may not sound a siren, bell, or alarm if a siren, bell, or alarm is currently or was previously sounded on a specific day or times in association with an ordinance enacted by the requiring persons of a particular race, ethnicity, ancestry, national origin, or color to leave the entity by a specific time. So if you have a history of that, then you can no longer use your bell or, siren. If you don't have a history of that, you can continue to use it. And it says any local government that sounds a siren, bell, or alarm in violation is subject to a penalty of not more than $50,000 for each violation. Yeah.
So I know there's been a lot of misperception regarding the Minden siren over the years, and this bill appeared to be striking directly at that particular entity in bell or siren. And so in talking with members of the town board of Minden, I believe that what they have determined is that they're tired of fighting this issue. Yeah. And are going to make that go away. But it's disappointing that it ever came to that. And unfortunately, the perception in our community is that had a problem. So anyways, I think that's important for the public to understand here in our county.
Yeah. So thank you for that question.
Yeah. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Once again, thank you very much for your report and your advocation in regards to certainly fighting for Douglas County and our neighboring counties. And I call this every time the state legislature meets. I'm not excited about seeing them. It's more of the good, the bad, and the ugly, and more of the bad and the ugly than it is the good. But anyways. We, once again, appreciate your help in this.
Yeah. So, thank you very much.
And I believe that was presentation only, so that would not indicate public comment. We'll then, do we need to take a quick break, folks, or are we ready to go? You want? Yeah. Okay, I think we're going to, and I guess members of the public or commissioners have asked, I believe Commissioner Tarkanian and Commissioner Nolasad have some later engagements that they could not break. So anyways, we're going to go ahead and go through this and not break for lunch, if that's okay with you folks. We'll go to item number 6. For possible action discussion on a 24-month review of the adopted development agreements between Douglas County and the following entities. A, Sierra Colina. B, Nevada Northwest LLC, Scotsman Development Corporation, H&S Construction Incorporated, Sierra Nevada SW Enterprises, and Virginia Ranch Development Corporation for Muller Parkway collectively. And C, Park Ranch Holdings LLC for Muller Parkway, and being presented by our Assistant Community Development Manager, Andrea Pauling, and our Community Development Manager, Tom Delaire.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Tom Delaire for the record, and Andrea Pauling here to discuss the development applications and development agreements. We're here before you because in County Code we were required to review these development applications every 2 years, review their status, and provide you guys a report on the activities over the past 2 years for each of these agreements. So Andrea has prepared a presentation for you, and I'll turn the time over to her.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrea Pauling, Community Development, for the record. As Tom just said, we are doing the development agreements, the 24-month reviews. I just threw in a definition. I always like to throw in definitions of things for members of the public, just in case they're not too familiar with all the steps of what a development agreement is. So I'm just going to read this out a little bit. Definition of a development agreement is a voluntary contract between a local jurisdiction and a person who owns or controls property within the jurisdiction, detailing the obligations of both parties and specifying the standards and conditions that will govern the development of the property. Just throwing that out there, little tidbit, trivia. All right, little overview. Under NRS 278.0205 and Douglas County Code provisions, we are, as the county, responsible for reviewing development agreements every 24 months and determining whether or not the owner is in good standing. All parties involved, and there's 3 development agreements that I'll be discussing today and reviewing with you. All of them were given a 30-day notice ahead of time of this discussion, and I'm going to give you a brief of all 3. So I won't read these out to you because I'll read them out to you on each slide as they come up, but these are the 3 development agreements under review today. All right, number 1, Sierra Colina. You can find the development agreement, which is long. The packet on this one, guys, I'm just giving you a heads up, was very long. It was probably over 200 and some odd pages. It took me some time to find the page numbers for you, so here they are. Pages 756 through 890 of your packet. That is for Sierra Colina. So a little background, you'll have my staff report in there as well. This is just, I'm giving you just a couple key points that kind of sums up what this development agreement is. The owners entered in a development agreement with the county on May 21st, 2009, regarding the development of a 18-acre parcel located east of US Highway 50 and south of Lake Village Drive in State Line, Nevada. The owner recorded the final map in August of 2018. A subdivision improvement agreement was executed also in August of 2018. Sierra Colina Drive was constructed and completed in the fall of 2018. And Highway 50 improvements were completed and the bond for improvements has been released. A notice of completion was issued on the subdivision site improvement permit in October of 2019, and the bond was released in November of 2019. Of the total 44 lots, 23 houses have been completed. There are 12 homes under construction, and another 9 lots are graded, expecting to be built. That last little tidbit of data I received from, oh my gosh, Tahoe Now Ventures. Sorry, lost me for a second. They sent me a letter saying that that is where they're at currently as of today. So where we move on this one is, as community development as a team, we do believe that the obligations of the development agreement have been satisfied, and we would recommend that we bring forward an ordinance to repeal this development agreement. And I would like to do that in the near future.
But if you don't mind, Ms. Pauline and Mr. Delaire, I think we should allow the commissioners to ask questions on each of these development agreements as we go forward, rather than try to go back.
Absolutely.
So anyways, did you have more? You have more to share with us, though?
I just wanted to show you guys the GIS view up there, a snapshot that I took back on May 26th. Still looks the same today, by the way. But I just wanted to show you the view of Sierra Colina right there. Hold on, let me try to get that arrow in there so you guys can see. So this is the road that's been built out, and these are all of the lots. And the houses are being built, and I just wanted to show you kind of that direct view so you kind of can put a picture with it.
Are these single-family homes or are they multifamily homes?
Single family.
All single-family?
Yes.
And so the yellows are the lots,
Yes.
and which, can you tell us which ones are currently under construction? Are those?
The photograph was done in early, I think, 2023. So it's a fairly recent photograph. Those were, I think it was, he said 9 were left. So that you'd see on the bottom of the page there, you could see the 2 duplexes. So there are duplexes, but they are condoed units. So the 2 boxes together are basically one structure with 2 units, single-family units in it. And you can see those parcels on the bottom. There's 2, 4, and then another, so 7, 8, 9. So you can see the ones with the trees in them are the ones they still have to build out. The rest of them are under construction and permitted today.
Commissioners, any other questions or observations by you folks? Okay.
Good to go. All right, next one. So this is a long name.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I just wanted to go back and clarify. So you're planning on bringing to us an ordinance that would terminate that particular development agreement?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And I hope to do that in the near future. Okay, so this next one, the second one that we're reviewing today, it's a long name, so bear with me on this one. Nevada Northwest LLC, Scotsman Development Corporation, H&S Construction Incorporated, Sierra Nevada Southwest Enterprises LTD, and Virginia Ranch Development Corporation for Moeller Parkway. So this is on pages 891 to 948 of your packet. That'll be the development agreements and the amendments. Again, lots of reading on these. So back in 2005, we entered into a development agreement with Nevada Northwest et al. I'm not going to repeat it for you guys. And it's regarding the dedication and timing of future improvements for the extension of Moeller Parkway. Phase 1 for the Virginia Ranch Planned Development Specific Plan was reinstated per the settlement agreement with Scotsman Development and Douglas County dated February 19th, 2009. The settlement agreement outlined that a tentative map must be recorded by February of 2011. This never occurred, and therefore Phase 1 had expired. However, the settlement agreement provided that 1,020 dwelling units are permitted on the land subject to the Virginia Ranch Specific Plan, and that the Virginia Ranch Specific Plan would be amended to be valid for 30 years from the effective date of the original approval, which was 2004. The specific plan and unit counts within are valid through 2034. Stan Lucas purchased the Virginia Ranch property. Representatives from the owner's development group have met with community development and staff about refiling a planned development and tentative map for the first phase. Later on, after the next one, because the next one after this one is also regarding Moeller Parkway, we do have a map that's going to outline Moeller Parkway and be able to give you a little bit more information on what's been constructed and what has not.
Since 2004, 2005, and now we've extended it to 2034. And this is one of the parcels, one of the projects that was approved prior to the growth management ordinance. And so some, is grandfathered in. However, when we've had these other settlement agreements, it's disappointing to me that previous commissions haven't required that vesting process to be overridden and this project then be subject to the growth management ordinance. So this project has no restrictions on the building of those 1,020 units. They could, if they wanted to, could basically go to community development and get and basically break ground on 1,020 units tomorrow, if basically. That's troubling to me, and I would hope that this board never enter into such an agreement of that nature. It's just on my soapbox a little bit there. Mr. Dallaire?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, Virginia Ranch still has to provide you guys, and you guys will have the opportunity to review the plan developments within that development that is associated with this agreement with Virginia Ranch and Stan Lucas's project. So there are still many approvals that have to be performed by you guys and the Planning Commission and staff in order for them to build those 1,020 units. The 1,020 unit count, they are working through that right now, and they cannot they may be able to provide enough units to cover all of those, but it's extremely tight with the land that they do have. And they have submitted to the engineering department some plans for Moeller Parkway, where they plan to build Moeller Parkway, all 4 lanes from the Virginia ditch where Perry has left off, clear to up by Stodic Estates towards Toller Lane, where Stodic Estates portion of Moeller Parkway has terminated. So they were going to make that connection with all 4 lanes, and we're reviewing those plans today.
That seems to me like maybe the only saving grace of this whole thing is the requirement that they build 4 lanes of Muller Parkway. So, commissioners, any other observations? Commissioner Noah, you don't have anything? Commissioner Tarkanian? Commissioner Hales? Okay, so I'll get off my soapbox in that regard. So, okay, thank you.
Let's do that. So last but not least, we have Park Ranch Holdings LLC, also for Moeller Parkway. Again, on pages whopping 949 to 1,038 of your packet. So for this one, in December of 2019, the Board of County Commissioners approved a development agreement with Park Ranch Holdings LLC. In 2020, the Buckeye Farm specific plan was approved for the site, detailing planned land uses on the land and outlining roughly 5-year timeframes for bringing forward each planned development to develop the plan. Also in 2020, the Ashland Park property received approval from the Board of County Commissioners on a planned development. Phase 1 of the development will include the construction of 2 lanes of Moeller Parkway for the length of the property. Sidewalks on the west side of Moeller Parkway on the subject site will also be completed with Phase 1 and will be done at the owner's expense. Construction of this phase must be completed by September 6th, 2024. And the next is the map. I'm going to begin this, but I'll go ahead and give it to Tom. But I wanted to let you guys know. So Exhibit A, this is the Moeller Parkway map that we had drawn up, just so you guys can see where Moeller Parkway is today. Those are the developments surrounding Moeller Parkway. So with that first point there, the little blue dots are the roundabouts. I do want to make note of this. Mr. Hames and I had a discussion on this one, and I did not remove it because it was already in the packet, but on Toller Lane there, that little blue dot, as I'm pointing, like you guys know what I'm talking about, here it is right here. That one is no longer, oh, sorry, I clicked on it to show you the cool stuff. So the Toller Lane, that one is no longer, that was removed. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. I was advised of that.
So is there a planned 4-way stop there? You say the roundabout has been removed. Is there a planned light system there, a 4-way stop? Because we expect a lot of hopefully, you know, a lot of, or at least the residents tell us there's going to be a lot of traffic through there. And so what is our safety mitigations process there?
You want to?
Yeah, Tom Delaire for the record, Community Development Director. We will most likely be stopping Toller traffic and allowing Moeller traffic to go through. Today, the Toller traffic continues through because Moeller Parkway that's at that intersection today, it's a T intersection and it's only constructed south of Toller Lane for a couple hundred feet, and there's no traffic coming onto Toller right now. The roundabout cost is extremely high, and the county, based on this development agreement, is responsible for paying for a lot of it. There's some litigation going on at the moment about that, and so once that gets resolved, we'll know more in further detail. And we do have a meeting with the CFO tomorrow about the funding for Toller, so we'll know more about that as well, on how we'll be able to handle that roundabout situation. But right now, there's a approved set of plans for that section in front of Ashland Park, which is from Toller Lane North, right there, thank you. And that has been, those improvement plans are approved. We are currently waiting from FEMA on a CLOMAR to be issued. I understand that they have revised the CLOMAR application 3 times to get through the FEMA review. And they are currently in the process of responding to the 3rd letter from FEMA. So we're waiting for that approval, and then that road can start being put under construction.
So my observations are that originally when all this was planned back in 2020, there was almost 6 different roundabouts identified, possibly. And we've already, the one at Walmart in Perry Enterprise, that one is already built, right? That roundabout, that one's already in existence. And as I understand it, part of our development agreement for Montera and that development, that one is being paid for, as I understand it, by Pegram. Is that right? So now we're down to only one that's actually that we're going to be accountable for, and that's out on Buckeye. Is that correct?
No, we are responsible for a certain percentage of the improvements at Toller and Moeller. So we don't know what the breakdown for that amount is currently, but so we will be responsible for that. Buckeye, we added a roundabout with the Moeller improvements. I believe we still need some right-of-way in order to make that roundabout fit out there on Hayborn and Moeller Parkway. I understand we still need some right-of-way from both Bentley and from Pegram on that, and I think that's even going through a process with the district attorney's office also. So I'm not familiar with what's going on with Montera at the moment. I know they're working through those details.
I just had a question. With the cost of these roundabouts, they're not part of whoever would be responsible for the roads? Or you're saying they're being considered separately than the cost of the roads?
For the one for Ashland Park specifically is, I think the rest of them are part of our county plan. So the county has prepared plans from the terminus of Moeller Parkway clear to on the north side of Ashland Park. So that's the county's portion. Our improvement plans are for those, and they do include the 2 roundabouts.
Okay, again, I don't think that wasn't what I was asking unless I didn't understand it. Alba Park is paying for parts of the roads, whether it's 2 lanes or 4 lanes, correct? And my question is, no, Dave, the park development. The county's paying for all that one, yeah. So the other ones, though, like Pegram's paying for his, and Virginia Ranch is paying theirs. So wherever these roundabouts are at, wouldn't those developers be responsible for paying that and not the county? Why would the county be responsible for paying for the roundabouts unless it was in just the park development?
The roundabouts are, the one on Buckeye is in the park development. The one at Montera and Hayborn, that one, I believe I don't know I don't know where the funding's coming from to pay for that. That's not, I don't know if that's coming from Pegram. I have not heard that. So I think it's still going through the process at the DA's for review. I'm not involved in that portion of it. But the Ashland Park piece has an approved set of plans that shows a roundabout. There's a condition on the map that requires the roundabout to be constructed. The county is responsible for a certain percentage of that roundabout that we don't have a budget number for that yet. No budget money's been set aside for that amount of funding. So that's what still needs to be determined. So a four-way intersection has been designed and is part of the improvement plans so that a four-way intersection can be.
I don't want to beat a dead horse so we can go on all this, but I mean, I guess the question I was just trying to get is how the county handles these type of situations. Seems like a roundabout's like a stop sign, a stoplight in a lot of instances. From what my experience is that the land owners that are building on those properties have to pay, they're assessed a fee to pay for the stoplights. I would think the landowners would be assessed a fee to pay for their share of the roundabouts, and the county shouldn't be responsible for that unless it made some deal like it did with the park where he doesn't have to pay for anything.
Yeah, so Virginia Ranch is paying for the roundabout at Grant Avenue, and they're putting that in on their dime.
Okay. Commissioner Hales?
So this agenda item really is just a review of the development agreements.
Yes.
But I have a real interest in this roundabout conversation. And when you said it's no longer being planned, I didn't understand who made that decision for the roundabout at Toller. It may be that we need to agendize this for a conversation about that more specifically, but I have a real interest in this.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, acting county manager for the record. I can provide some information here, and we're happy to bring back a presentation on Muller Parkway, maybe go through comprehensively the status of things, including I would recommend our traffic engineer who participated heavily in these conversations about what level of facilities are needed at what location. We discussed Toller at length and the basis for the decision of roundabout or not. My understanding of the last conversation we had with Mr. Erb was it was on the cusp of one probably might be needed in the future. The traffic counts weren't quite there yet, but it was probably going to be needed in the future, and it certainly depended on how well utilized Muller was going to be and how quickly the developments occurred in these other pieces, right? I really think the construction of the adjacent homes on the properties that have been approved for development will have a significant impact on the overall traffic on Muller Parkway. And so I think it's important for us to acknowledge as a team that definitely roundabouts are in our future. But the basis for the conversation at the staff level is, again, about what we can afford to do now and what is warranted and justified now based on anticipated utilization and current traffic counts.
So would it be more accurate to say it's not that the roundabout isn't planned anymore, it's just planned to be put in later?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think that's fair. We are continuously reassessing the use of our roads and the level of service on these roads through our transportation plan and making adjustments to what needs to happen accordingly. The full construction of Muller Parkway, in addition to making data-driven decisions, we're trying to spend our dollars most wisely now and looking at what the county can actually afford to fund and what makes sense from a public safety perspective. So know that we're balancing all of those as we're having these discussions, and certainly, as I mentioned, we'd be happy to present further on this at a future board meeting.
I think that's a good idea because I still have a bunch of questions.
I concur, and I guess the fact is that initially, we're looking at building out 2 lanes of Muller from basically Toller up to the end of Hayborn, and so right now 2 lanes should handle the traffic flows in my mind, simply because we don't have the population or the homes out there that we anticipate having in the next 30 years, which is about 4,000 homes that are planned in this corridor over the next 30 years. So as those houses come into existence, the use of Muller Parkway is going to gain, and perhaps maybe in another 10 years, 15 years, it may be determined as this gets built out that we do need to build out the 4 lanes, and at that time, it may be in a time to readdress this as well. But I agree with Commissioner Hales that we probably need to get an update on what the plans are for Muller Parkway in the next few months, anyways. Because I understood we were going to try to look at breaking ground on that sometime this summer, or So I don't know what the plans are there, so or what the timetable is, but. Anyways, I had another question, and that was in regards to the Park Ranch Holdings, and especially in regards to Ashland Park, is that in November or December of 2020, there was an item on the board agenda. It was prior to my becoming on the board, and Commissioner Tarkanian and also Commissioner Noasad. But during that month, November of 20, and I don't recall exactly what it is, but Ashland Park was looking at request of a landscape maintenance district. And that was tabled at that time by the Board of Commissioners. And yet, because it was tabled at that time, I was kind of expecting that to come forward in the January or February timeline of 2021, and we have heard nothing about that since that November or December item on the agenda. So can you kind of give us a status on that, or what's the process there, Mr. Dallaire?
I believe the conditions for that Ashland Park was able to do an HOA or a maintenance district. And after going to the Parks and Rec Department and getting denied on offering to dedicate for them to purchase the land or dedicate the land actually for the extension of a parking lot at Stoddard Park, it's my understanding that the Parks and Rec Board denied that request. And the town of Gardnerville doesn't want the land either. And so the developer, I believe, has decided to create an HOA in order to maintain that vacant lot now that was supposed to be dedicated for a future parking lot for the park. And so, so I think the HOA is going to end up, they're going to just pay for the maintenance on their own.
Good answer. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just hadn't heard anything, so anyways. Any other questions, commissioners, on this? No? Okay. So this is for possible action. If we don't have any other questions on any of these, all we're really doing today is basically acknowledging the discussion, and basically it doesn't require any motion on our part. Is that right? Well, it says for possible action, but it doesn't necessarily require a motion, as I understand it. Am I Mr. Hames or Mr. Dallaire, or does this require a motion?
Just to accept the report.
Just to accept the report. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion by the commission. Oh, no, this is possible action. We have to go to public comment, and I haven't done that yet. So anyways, we'll entertain public comment on item number 6, the 24-month review of the adopted development agreements between Douglas County and the entities. Public comment.
Good afternoon. Dave Brady for the record. I've long said historically, this county does a very good job of negotiating bad deals with developers. An example of that is the project in the North County called Riverwood with Jay Timon. We see it now as a dirt lot. One of the concerns I have is that when we had development agreements all along Muller Parkway, the obligation by the developer was secured by a line of credit. I certainly oppose that. I would have liked to have seen performance bonds. Had we had performance bonds, we'd probably have more of Muller Parkway completed. So going forward, I would certainly suggest, as you apparently have done with Sierra Colina, they had performance bonds that were required for the infrastructure. Don't make that mistake again and allow for lines of credit. Thank you.
Jim Slade. It's unfortunate that so many development agreements tend to be moving targets, that they change over the years, and when they change always seemingly to the advantage of the greater profits for developers and contrary to the public interest. When I look at Sierra Colina and I see that in the packet here that originally they were going to have 9 moderate income deed restricted units, and they were going to convey 10.7 acres for open space to the county. And then they renegotiated or filed a revision, and 4 years later, and there were no deed restricted units, and they deleted the request to dedicate open space to Douglas County. So that is unfortunate. And I did notice on page 754 in their letter, written just a few weeks ago, regarding this matter, that they are so in touch with Douglas County that they addressed it to Sam Booth at Community Development. With Nevada Northwest et al., I agree with Chairman Gardner that these developers should be subject to the growth management ordinance. This was approved 20 years ago. They've done nothing. And certainly, in my belief, anytime that there are amendments to these agreements, whether in the past or in the future, that should kick them automatically from the vested group to the growth management ordinance. On the Park Ranch Holdings, of course, I consider that, and many people consider that, the worst decision by the board this century. The transferal of receiving area from Topaz Ranch Estates to prime ranch land in Douglas County in the Carson Valley seems illogical, if not illegal. This development is outside the town and urban service area boundaries when it was approved, contrary to the Minden and Gardnerville town plans and contrary to the public interest. As far as requiring the county to build 2 lanes of Muller Parkway by December of 2025, when that plan was put forward, we kept asking the then county manager, Mr. Cates, what the plan was to pay for that. And he said, oh, well, we're going to get a build grant. And we said, well, what if the build grant doesn't come through? Well, no, we're going to really work hard to get a build grant. So I would like an explanation of where we stand on that and on the funding now that you only have 2.5 years yet left. So hopefully the county manager, the district attorney, or chairman, somebody can answer that question. This road was originally sold as a bypass, which would increase the traffic, but as I said right from the beginning, it's just to facilitate development.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I agree with the previous 2 speakers, some of the questions that need to be answered, and I want to thank Ms. Pauling for the definition. A development agreement is a voluntary contract between a local jurisdiction and a person who owns or controls property within the jurisdiction, detailing the obligations. I moved to this county during the approval of the agri-hood. We still don't know what an agri-hood is, the definition, how that's going to come forward with this specific plan and development agreement in the future. I often state, if developers can't afford to build the infrastructure to get to their developments, we need to take a harder look at our obligations as a county with $50 million backlog as been previously discussed in our public works. So now we're taking on building streets that we're going to have to maintain as well. I was at the Sierra Cluna hearings in 2009 at TRPA. I know how much public pushback there was when the removal of the affordable component came out. So lots of things happen. I'm back to what I talked about previously at the TRPA level, that Douglas County doesn't seem to have a loud enough voice against some of the decisions to change those kinds of things. I appreciate the work done to bring these forward, to keep us updated. Most of them, again, you'll look at, Sierra Cluna was 2009, 2018. They're finally recording things. We're going out to 2034 when we start Title 20 to look at some of the reevaluation of our codes. Some of these things, maybe development agreements need to expire and come back and be reevaluated by a current board. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Jason Gibson, Foundation for the Law of Time, House of Gibson. Observations on this process. Americans, or no, I shouldn't say Americans, corporate subject citizens know how to work in this country, but the corporate body politic doesn't know how to rest. And this meeting is over 1,000 pages, very dense with details, and you're not only losing your audience with the wraparound and trying to comprehend such complex topics, but you're losing each other. And as we move into the afternoon and everybody's energy starts to tank, the attention to detail is less, it's not, the memory wanes, your attention span is easily diverted and distracted. So if you're expecting to develop good thinking or mental hygiene conducive to whole system solutions and ways and means of maintaining such attention to detail, then you might want to take a look at the way that you're organized. And I saw Mr. Ritchie over there when we mentioned lunch, how we all felt the inclination to take a break, but not today. And that's why in the last meeting with the selection of our county manager, there was so much on the table that a lot of the people who wanted to speak and comment about that process were not here. And those are very important agenda items and very important processes to table. And I guess what I'm saying is optimize your mental faculties, please, and take into consideration others who are participating in our local government. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment on item number 6 regarding the 24-month review of the adopted development agreements? Sensing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion to accept this report.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the 24-month review of the adopted development agreements between Douglas County and the entities as stated. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll now go into, do we need to take a break or are we good? Go into item number 7 for possible action, discussion to approve a 5-year employment contract with Jennifer Davidson to serve as the Douglas County Manager for an initial term ending June 30th, 2028 at a starting annual salary of $208,000, being presented by our Human Resources Manager, Wendy Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Commission. Good afternoon. Wendy Lang, Human Resources for the record. This item is in response to action taken by this board, as you recall, 2 weeks ago on June 1st, when you all reviewed the applications for the position of county manager, spoke to the applicants, and voted to have staff enter into negotiations with Ms. Davidson. Today, I bring you back a negotiated employment contract. The terms are largely similar to prior contracts with prior county managers. The annual salary negotiated is $208,000 for a fully loaded with benefits, taxes, cost of $290,000, which is a savings of about $50,000 over what is budgeted for this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Commissioners, any questions of Ms. Lang? Commissioner Hills? Commissioner Turkanian? Commissioner
No
Mills?
questions, I have comments.
Okay, please.
I reviewed this agreement carefully, and some things that I noted are the term is 5 years, but then that can be extended for successive one-year terms, and it requires an affirmative vote to not extend. And I like that because I think longevity of leadership will sustain forward motion. I want to note that there is a section on strategic planning, and that dovetails with the evaluation process, which is based on goals. And I like that forward-looking framework and accountability. I also like that there is the possibility of merit pay that's consistent with merit pay for other employees in the county. And those pieces were important to me, and I think this is a good contract, and I wanted to mention those things because I want our county manager to be forward-looking, and I want her contract to be consistent with what's happening for other employees in the county. Thank you.
Commissioner Turkanian, Commissioner Mills had anything to add? And I have no other questions either. So this is an actionable item, so we'll go to public comment on item number 7.
Jason Gibson for the Maladministration Audit Council in Douglas County. Congratulations, Ms. Davis. I'm sure you'll serve your destiny well and the rest of us in the course of your mission. It was an impressive interview. I wanted to stay to be part of the Q&A, but they pushed that to the late afternoon like they do everything else. And so by that time, you're pretty burned out on all the details. A couple of key points about that last meeting. With all due respect to Patrick Cates, during the commemoration, he turned his back on the general public, and he didn't make eye contact with the audience one time. His bosses, the Board of County Commissioners, are his only allegiance. He doesn't really have a connection to the social fabric of the people. And they allowed him to live almost 2 hours out of Douglas County in breach of his contract, which puts him out of touch with our township. So hopefully you'll take note of that, Jennifer. And I noticed that you placed a very strong emphasis on ethics, employee performance, top performing organizations, and strategic direction. During that phrase, you neglected to mention public input or public participation with regard to the formulation of the county's mission and vision statement. Apparently, you folks are going to lock that down and wrap it up as well, so that there is no genuine community dialogue or roundtable discussion about the direction or the future of our county. And I think Mr. Slade said it best, that we're on the fast track to nowhere. the road to nowhere. Despite recent salary increases, the 6 to 9% COLA raise, and now the PERS increases, Davidson plans to give public employees more money because she feels like the corporate body politic feels that they can buy happiness, that they can just keep throwing money at it, even though people are burned out on the organizational principle, the 40-hour time is money, the corporate culture. Money isn't going to fix it. It's a quality of life, and it's whether or not you're genuinely happy or genuinely stoked about the purpose of your job. So I think like her main priority was to make sure that she gives all of the employees a raise because there's a high labor turnover in this country. And that may be so, but the bottom line is that when we see people who aren't happy making $200,000 who need $300,000 or $400,000, your life just sucks.
Additional public comment?
Ted Gaines, when you made the decision at the last meeting to hire Jennifer, our chairman even had questions about doing it a short term because the job is so hard. He said that how Patrick had indicated to him this is one of the toughest jobs he's ever had or seen. So he was going to make it a temporary or a test. I forget the proper words that he used. Now we want to go to a 5-year deal. I don't know what happened to that. We didn't see the need to advertise for the best person for us. I think actually Jennifer has got a pretty good resume. She may be, but she's one of the good old boys. Mr. Tartanian even commented to that when Patrick Cates first did it, about the problem of the good old boys in the county. I think it's going to be real interesting to see what she does in her first year. I have some paperwork that's in the Attorney General's office, going to be in our DA's office, that involves some of the same people I turned in before that she basically said we make our own rules. So I'd like to see how that plays out. I think we should test the first year. To give a 5-year contract, in my opinion, would be without seeing what's going to happen here. With a lot of these decisions come up, she's got put in a very bad situation. She's got an airport that our ex-manager basically kind of ran off and put new people on board. Not sure what's going to happen there. We've got an emergency person that came in after we had a successful group of people that our chairman there sit here and wrote 5 minutes on what they did. So we got a lot of tests coming up with the county. I think it would be beneficial to see where all this goes and how it works out. Hopefully, Jennifer makes the right decisions and represents the county. She's there. I hope for the best, but I would sure like to see what's going to happen because we have too many good old boys in this county. Wendy Lang has put up this thing for her to get this raise. I don't think she worked for CENTCON. We've got 13 people that Wendy's hired for CENTCON in here. We've got people that retired from this county, put people in their position and had discussed about it with their husband, knew they couldn't qualify, handle a position, so then the person got fired and that person that retired come back and got a contract with the county now. So there's lots of questions.
Jim Slade, I was at the meeting a couple of weeks ago when you made the selection, and I had some comments prepared on the selection process, but as Mr. Gibson suggested, I was one of those people that just the tediousness and length of the meeting, I had to leave. It was just going on too long, and I had other things I needed to do. Having said that, I congratulate Ms. Davidson. I think she has the requisite experience, and I think that she'll do a good job, and I have personally congratulated her on her appointment. And anything further that I'm going to say here is not the least bit meant to disparage her or her capabilities. To me, the best county managers we've had this century have been Michael Brown and Steve Mokrahysky. And they were here a decade ago. And as I recall, they both made about $130,000 a year. So inflation is rampant here in Douglas County. And I am always taken aback by the salaries that some of our public officials get. Maybe I'm out of touch. Probably I am. But, I know that we felt like we needed to offer a lot more than $130,000 when we did a big national search to get the best possible people here. After a couple of missteps in the county managers we had, there were 2 or 3 that didn't last very long. One lasted about a week. And so we did a national search, and we had to bump up the amount. But I am just taken aback at the number when I see it, especially when you add everything in and it becomes $290,000. I think when we have an in-house process and 2 applicants in-house, that the salary should start closer to the lower end of the scale. Hopefully, Ms. Davidson will stay for 20 years and her salary will escalate to numbers I can't even imagine because I know the power of compounding. But I'm just taken aback at the number. That's all. No reflection on her personally. Thank you.
Ellie Waller, thank you for all the questions and comments that have come forward about this. I think this arduous task of county manager going forward with suggestions of the strategic plan, I think there's a shopping list of things that need to be added. I'm the broken record on community plans. We did a master plan update without updating community plans, which I think do not reflect what is on the ground today and what the current community members in those community plan areas all agree with. I think that going forward, the county manager's office should put out a priority list of how you as a board, which may change the next election, see what the priorities of this county are, and also suggest in a timely manner, and because Ms. Davidson has been with the county manager's office in a capacity to look at and reevaluate each of the department's staffing needs. I brought staffing issues up about something that may or may not rise to the level that I believe it needs to, but other departments as well, evaluating, putting out organization charts so the public understands what each of those departments do. I'm not trying to pile on new responsibilities, but asking a question of the county manager's office to direct us to how to get an answer. It may not necessarily need to start at the county manager's office if each of the departments have established how they want to be contacted. I hope in the future that we get more consideration of public comment and how it's brought forward. And just a point of process today, I would want to make sure, and maybe if I've missed it or didn't hear it because I'm concentrating on comments, is make sure you acknowledge that Ms. Commissioner Rice wants to input or not when you're having board discussions. Thank you.
Additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, we'll come back to the board. Commissioner Tarkanian?
I just wanted to say, first of all, I thought Ms. Davidson's, I guess you call it a presentation, when she was questioned about the job, I thought it was a phenomenal responses in every regards. She laid out what she thought was important for the county, and the most important thing was not more salary for the public employees. Sometimes people get up here and make public comments and they're not addressed, and people just think, oh, maybe it was true. That's not true. I can tell you for the first 2 weeks I've worked with her, she's been more responsive and quicker with getting problems solved with the numerous emails that I get from constituents, and I'm very happy with her response. And I understand the concern about the number of years. It goes both ways, though. You know, if you hire somebody and you put them on a one-year contract or even at a lower amount, and they do a great job, and other jurisdictions want them, they may leave, and you don't have them bound for the full 5 years. I think Ms. Davidson has an opportunity to be a great county manager if she continues in the way she's been going. I think if she is, you're going to want to keep her here. And I want to make the motion to approve the employment contract with Jennifer Davidson as presented.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosad, is there a second on that motion?
No, I just wanted to make a statement. A 5-year contract doesn't mean we're required to keep her here 5 years.
Second.
I'll second it.
I need a second before we have discussion on the motion. So, and your comments are appropriate when we're in discussion of the motion. So we have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the contract as presented, seconded by Commissioner Hales, and now your comments are appropriate. Right?
Thank
We
you.
have a motion. Thank you.
Let me start over. A 5-year contract doesn't mean we have to keep anybody for 5 years. The clause in this contract that she has signed has a clause that says she can leave anytime she wants without showing cause. Conversely, we can tell her to take off anytime we want to without cause. So that part of the contract, I think, is a good part. I agree with what Commissioner Tarkanian said about her aplomb and being able to handle the job. I have no doubt that she can do that. And in the words of Forrest Gump, that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. Very good. And Ms. Waller, I want to indicate that I have been very carefully watching the screen to ensure that if I saw that Commissioner Rice's mute was mute, then I haven't called on him. And as I see now, he's off of mute. So that's why I haven't called on him, is when I'm just like I look down the dais, I see red lights, then I know they want to talk. I now recognize Commissioner Rice to talk. So it hasn't been that I haven't been paying attention to that. So Commissioner Rice, you had something you wished to add?
I think Jennifer Davidson is going to be an outstanding county manager. And I wish that I had been a little quicker in unmuting myself, because I would have wished that I had been the one to I wish that I had been the one to recommend that we approve the
contract?
The contract, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. The one clause that Commissioner Nosad commented on this, and I'll share that with it. A change in this contract was the length of notice of termination. Okay, because the previous contract for Patrick Cates was for 5 years, and that required him to give us a 60-day notice, while we only were required to give him a 30-day notice. And this contract has been changed, if I'm correct, in that either party can terminate with a 30-day notice. Is that correct, Ms. Lang?
Wendy Lang, for the record, yes, that is correct, Chairman. Both parties now have the 30-day notice requirement.
So anyways, we do have a motion on the floor, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the contract as presented. Sensing no further comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations. We can say now, County Manager Jennifer Davidson. So. Okay, are we still good, or do we need to take a break?
I'm going to have to leave and pick my son up in about 30, 40 minutes. If we can possibly move on, we might get it done. If not, then I'm going to have to leave. Nobody else can pick him up, and he forgot his phone, so I don't want him running around by himself.
I only think we have, I think we have just a couple more items here that I think maybe go quickly, so we'll move through it. Item 8 for possible action is discussion on a memorandum of understanding with the Douglas County Employees Association, DCEA, amending Articles 8 and 13 of the current labor agreement to provide, 1, a one-time salary adjustment to cover the DECA represented employees' share of the Public Employees Retirement System, PERS, 3.75% contribution rate increase effective July 8, 2023, and number 2, to reduce the amount of annual leave for an employee may carry over into a new calendar year to align with the maximum set forth in Nevada Revised Statute 245.210. Once again, being presented by Ms. Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang, Human Resources, for the record. As noted, this is a memorandum of understanding with the labor contract with the Douglas County Employees Association. The Public Employment Retirement System, or PERS, of Nevada has scheduled an increase in contribution rates. Half of this increase would be borne by the employees via a salary reduction. In order to continue recent efforts by this board, including the commencement of an organization-wide labor market compensation study, and to continue to provide competitive market wages, this item is proposing to remove the impact of that upcoming PERS increase on the employee wages and salary schedules. And as noted, the fiscal impact is about $187,000 and has been budgeted in the upcoming fiscal year 23-24. Thank you.
Commissioners, questions? Okay. Commissioner Rice is still muted, so I'm making an assumption he doesn't have anything to add here. And I don't have any questions, so this is an actionable item, so we'll go to public comment on this item.
Jason Gibson with the Maladministrative Audit Council, to draw attention to the fact that this government, the municipal, state, and federal governments are all overrated. And when you see our pleadings, and you've seen just a snapshot, not even the tip of the iceberg of what we're bringing forward, with claims in over 8 counties, over 70 claims in over 8 counties in my 25-year criminal career of trying to be a dad to my son and my daughter, you're going to find that that these increases and these memorandums and these PERS and what have you are all jacking the cost of living through the roof. That the only people who are going to be able to afford living in Douglas County will be the rich white Caucasians from California who are retiring here, or public employees who, for the last 2.5 years, worked essentially from home part-time and were paid full-time wages. And then when the COVID pandemic was over, they got a bonus raise of another 6 to 9% in COLA. And then when you look at the American Rescue Plan Act funds, over $9 million entrusted to Douglas County. Most all of that monies went to the government, went to public servants, or went to law enforcement, or capital investments, or technology. Not a single tax break for the tax peoples, or the folks who own properties, or us homeowners. You're not providing resources to the public. Any kind of grant that we apply for, you say we have to have a nonprofit, or we must be a public servant, or we must be grandfathered into the good old boys system. But you can't, as an ordinary individual, you can't just apply for a $1,500 grant or a $3,000 grant or a $5,000 grant, because they're just throwing 50 to 100 to 200 to 500,000 to millions of dollars at these social forums that are essentially enriching themselves. It's a corporate culture that you serve. It's not the people. And here we see, I got colleagues building those houses out at the Pine Nuts. They tell us that law enforcement's buying these 3,000 to 500,000 square foot houses, making $6,000 to $10,000 a month on retirement, plus Social Security, plus plus all the other benefits that they get. And the fire department makes $7,000 to $12,000 a month retirement money, plus their Social Security. And these are the people who are buying us out.
Additional public comment on item number 8?
Ted Gaines, just one quick second for clarification. I see this talks about retirement and whatnot. What I was saying a minute ago is we have employees with Douglas County that have retired. They put people in their position, recommended, and our HR department has accepted that, put them people in that position when they knew they couldn't handle the job. So then our HR department comes back and gives contracts to these people. They got the retirement from us, the insurance from us. Now they got a contract with us to make more money. And I think our general manager, our public, everybody should know about this. I got this directly from one of the people that discussed this with their spouses to who to put in that position so they'd get rehired. So anyhow, I just thought for the retirement and the money end of it, I don't have any big problems with that. I just wanted to make clarification on what I said a second ago.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Since no further comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Any other questions or comments? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 8 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the memorandum of understanding with the Douglas County Employees Association, DCEA, amending Articles 8 and 13 of the current labor agreement to provide the, as stated in this item. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Now we'll go to item number 9 for possible action, discussion on adoption of Resolution 2023R-057, providing a one-time salary adjustment due to a scheduled Nevada Public Employees Retirement System, PERS, contribution rate increase on July 8, 2023 for non-represented employees via a salary, wage, and schedule adjustment. Ms. Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang, Human Resources for the record. Similar to the previous item, this addresses the pending increase in retirement costs that was issued by the Public Employees Retirement System. The item here addresses employees that are not represented by a labor association. As you just addressed the one labor association, and recent labor negotiations for 2 other labor associations have treated this in a consistent manner with what is being recommended and proposed with this resolution. The funding or fiscal impact of this action for this particular group of employees is just about $400,000, and funding has been budgeted in next fiscal year. Thank you.
Questions of Ms. Lang? Okay. Okay. Seeing no other comments from the board, go to public comment on this item. Number 9.
Jason Gibson, House of Gibson. I'll take the opportunity to again remind this corporate body politic that their organizational principle is not only unlawful, but it's unsustainable. It's not that we're against folks receiving what they're worth, but our governments, municipal, state, and federal, are way overrated. And a majority of you are burned out on your corporate lifestyle. You're burned out on the work week. You're burned out on this time is money system. The biggest complaint you have is not having enough time or money. You know that there are serious problems and serious things that we are dealing with as a people, as a planet. Our ecology is collapsing. The biology is being eradicated by unbridled materialism, commercialism. The corporate subject citizens who are occupying seats of power are defined by Black's law as fictitious persons. And they're fictitious persons because they think like Robotrons. Their mindset is such that they're programmed by a fictitious standard of measure, a linear frame of mind, and what has been redefined as artificial intelligence, whose source program is rooted in artificial time. That's the Gregorian institution, the 12-month fiction with no basis in science whatsoever, the most unquestioned institution amongst all institutions that has every single one of these corporate subject citizens enslaved to an ideology of scarcity, to an alien mental disposition towards the organic order, total war against the natural man or the natural woman, fact resistant, unwilling to grow, change, or transform oneself. And this cannot be more obvious than it is here in Douglas County, Board of County Commissioner meetings, and the government forms that are taxing you out of your homeland. That's their intent. They want to own it all. The only people who will be able to live here will be rich, retired senior citizens, military, or public service, law enforcement, and government employees.
Additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board.
I'll
Any
make
other
a motion
questions?
to approve Resolution 2023-R-057 as presented.
Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to adopt Resolution 2023-R-057 as presented. No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Price. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll go to item number 10 for possible action, discussion on the process to, well, you have a lot of items on the agenda today. We haven't seen you in a while, and now all of a sudden we fill half our agenda with you today. Okay, for possible action, discussion on the process to appoint a justice of the peace for the Tahoe Township Justice Court to serve the remainder of the unexpired term of Justice of the Peace Richard Glasson, including A, direct staff to prepare a board resolution for a special election procedure to fill the vacancy in the Tahoe Township Justice Court pursuant to NRS 4.150 in brackets 1 and brackets B, or B, to direct staff to create a selection process to fill the vacancy within the office of the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace in compliance with Nevada law, including the preparation of a questionnaire for interested applicants, creating a selection committee, defining the selection process timeline, and the date the selection of the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace will occur. Ms. Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the commission. Wendy Lang for the record. Douglas County is in receipt of notice of the intent to resign from Justice of the Peace Richard Glasson, which will create a vacancy in the office of the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace elected position. Nevada law provides that the Board of County Commissioners shall either appoint a person to fill the vacancy or provide by resolution for an election procedure to fill the vacancy for the remainder of the unexpired term. And I'm here today to answer any questions and give you all a platform to discuss how to proceed. Thank you.
I see Commissioner Rice has taken his mute button off. Commissioner Rice, do you have questions or observations here?
Yeah, I think that we should direct staff to select a process to fill the vacancy of the office of the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace. We have a couple of people that I'm aware of who qualify, and I think that we should direct staff to select a process to fill the vacancy.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hales, any questions? Commissioner Turkanian? Commissioner Mossad? No? I do have a question. If we were to choose item A, option A here, do we have an estimate of the cost of this special election?
We do. Wendy Lang for the record. The Douglas County Clerk and Chief Elections Officer Amy Bergens has estimated the cost to be about $130,000 to $150,000, and that's an expense that has not been set forward in next year's budget.
So, and as I understand it, we have 3 elections coming up next year. We have a presidential primary, I believe, in February, and then a normal primary for others in June, and then a general election in November. And so, but those, I understand, are mostly paid for through state funds, if I'm not mistaken. Am I mistaken on that?
Wendy Lang for the record. I wouldn't be able to necessarily confirm the funding. It is my understanding, though, that you're correct.
Or at least help to reimburse. Yeah. And so this 130 to 150 would be directly out of our general fund, which is not allocated at this time. Okay.
That's correct.
Just want to make sure that's on the record. Okay. So any other questions, Commissioner Hales? You had your light on? Okay.
Not a question.
Observation? Question? No.
I appreciate the advance heads up so we can do this in an orderly way, and I think it is good for us to move forward.
Okay. So we don't specifically have a resignation in place, so we don't have a vacancy yet, but this would just be the process to determine how we're going to go about filling that position. Is that correct?
Wendy Lang for the record. I am in receipt of a written letter that conveys the same public comments that Judge Glasson shared on the record recently at a recent board meeting. It states that is his intention to retire from the bench effective Thursday morning, October 5th or sooner.
Okay. Okay. This is an actionable item, so we'll go to public comment.
Jason Gibson for the Citizens Coalition for Justice in Douglas County. I'm going to use this opportunity to continue building my record. We should strike from item 10 the reference to Justice of the Peace. As you know, Mark Gardner and his business partner, Dan Coverly, set me up to be arrested on my way to a board meeting on March 2nd. I was essentially, it's not funny, Mark, I was essentially hijacked. I had my wrist cut by the arresting officers with their handcuffs. They illegally searched my vehicle and they impounded my vehicle, and I have not gotten my vehicle back. My experience in your so-called Justice Township Court is that it's nothing more than an administrative meat grinder. The black magistrate who claims to represent himself as a magistrate of the peace is nothing more than a banker. That's why his picture doesn't appear on the wall here in City Hall. I'm talking to you, Stephen McMorris, and I'm talking to you, Paul Gilbert. That's why your pictures aren't in this city hall here. Because based on my experience and what I witnessed in your courts, you folks are violating just about every constitutional provision to a fair trial that you can. And a lot of those poor people in there can't afford justice. And that's the only way that they can get any kind of fairness is if they have money. You're going to see things with this case, Commissioner Gardner, you've never seen before. And if it wasn't for my caseload now and me trying to maintain my health and trying to get this hernia operation squared away and my house in order and the piracy of your county manager who had illegally administrated letters to covet my estate, working with the justice or the district court in order to gain an upper hand in trying to subject us to their jurisdiction, which they have none. We're a debt-free estate. There is no probate. My mother was smarter than the average Joe. And she left intestate for a reason, because there's no reason whatsoever to give 6 to 9% of our estate to an attorney who's going to basically rope us into nothing but more red tape, more expenditures, and more problems. We can take care of our own business. So that's what we're dealing with. We didn't see Stephen Walsh's report. I think it was 4 weeks ago he was supposed to submit a report. And we asked him for that, and he wouldn't supply it.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Is there any further public comment? I'll bring it back to the board. I feel an obligation to indicate to the public that I have no arrest authority, was not involved in the arrest of Jason Garrett Gibson on whatever date he said it occurred. And so I think it's very important that the public understand that I was not involved in that and take offense to that statement. So thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to create a selection process to fill the vacancy within the Office of the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace in compliance with Nevada law, including the preparation of a questionnaire for interested applicants, creating a selection committee, defining the selection process timeline, and the date the selection of the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace will occur.
Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian. Do I sense a second by Commissioner Rice?
You do.
Okay, very good. So motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to direct staff to create a selection process to fill the vacancy within the Office of the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace in compliance with Nevada law as presented. Any further discussion? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to apologize, but my son gets out at 2:10. I thought he had a ride from school. He doesn't, and he left his phone in his car, so I don't like it when he's dark, and I can't get a hold of him. So I'm going to leave right now. Thank you very much, and apologize.
That's fine, Commissioner Tarkanian. You had informed me of that earlier, and we only have the board presentations anyway, so we're good. Thank you very much for your attendance today. Commissioner Hales, did you have any? Well, I'll go. We've already covered item number 11. We'll go to item number 12 for presentation only. Announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended, and any requests by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. I know that Commissioner Noasad has to also leave us, is that right? So would you like to go first, or do you have anything you wish to report? Nothing to report. Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Noasad will be leaving us also then. And Commissioner Hales.
I'll report a few things.
Okay.
Since I last reported, I was able to attend an SSTMA, in other words, microtransit annual retreat, and there was good conversation and good work done there, and I appreciated the opportunity to voice thoughts on behalf of Douglas County. The China Spring Executive Committee has met, and there is good work happening there. I had a meeting with East Fork Fire Department Chief Carlini, and that was very educational for me and very useful. I went to a Chamber of Commerce lunch where Casey Summer presented information on open space efforts, and I'm very excited about those and definitely in support of those. I enjoyed Carson Valley Days and appreciate the 2030 Club and all the volunteers who go into making that such a wonderful experience. I want to express my appreciation to Jeremy Hutchings because he was good enough to meet with a group of constituents and me regarding their concerns on flooding and some road concerns, and we had a very good conversation. I was able to go to the Tahoe Transportation Department meeting as alternative to Commissioner Rice, and learned a lot about that work that's being done there, and I definitely feel it's important that we continue to have representation, as was mentioned in public comment, both on that committee and on really if others in Tahoe that we don't want to not have a voice on. That's some of my work.
I know you're making me look bad lately. Commissioner Rice, did you have anything you wish to add?
I just want to add that due to an injury, I have been unable to attend in any meetings. So I do want to thank Charla. I want to thank Charla. I want to thank you for filling in for me. And I feel very comfortable having you sitting on those boards. And thank you.
You're so welcome, and we miss you, Commissioner Rice.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you for your report, Mr. Rice. I would indicate that, as I've indicated earlier, we met with Barton and to talk about their updates on their new medical facility here in Douglas County. Anxious for that to come to fruition. Obviously, very involved as we went forward in this last 120 days or so regarding the NACO and legislative committee that we serve on as 3 counties, trying to protect the interests of Douglas County in that process as much as possible and limiting the damage that the state legislature inflicts upon us on a every other year basis. That has been a daunting task, but we're getting there. I want to assure the public there's a reason why we select alternates for the different committees, and that's if one of us is incapacitated or has conflicts that we have an alternate so that we do not lose our voice or our eyes or our ears on the other boards and commissions that are affecting our county. And so anyways, we're thankful, and I'm thankful of the other commissioners filling in where necessary as Commissioner Rice recuperates from his injury. So I too miss him and look forward to his quick recovery and return in person. So anyways, I also wanted to mention that in light of the legislative session ending, the Douglas County Republican Central Committee is once again hosting a town hall in regards to having different members of our community and our legislative body report to the community what has gone on with the state legislature during this last session. That forum will be a town hall meeting tonight at 6 p.m. at our Douglas County Community Center, open to the public. And as I understand it, free hot dogs and free sodas or water to the public who wish to attend. I understand, although State Senator Robin Titus has undergone hip surgery this last Tuesday, so she will not be in attendance, but will be providing a written statement that will be articulated. Assemblyman Ken Gray will be in attendance. Myself, on behalf of the county, Sheriff Coverly and Trent Tolan, our county assessor, and I believe possibly even our district attorney, Mark Jackson. I don't have confirmation on that, but I think that's it. And also Carrie Burgess representing our clerk treasurer's office, especially in regards to the elections. So in upcoming elections and what may have been changed by the state legislature in that regard. So I welcome you to that, to attend that, and the presentation that we have was given today by Mary Walker and Steve Walker will also be available in print tonight as well. So anyways, that's what I have to report. And without further ado, then we'll go to the closing public comment section. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken.
Jason Gibson on behalf of the Foundation for the Law of Time. You can find us at lawoftime.org/history. Hotline is 775-309-1262. This is on behalf of all of the veterans who are not remembered or respected or commemorated here in Douglas County. Checkpoint. How many people had a meaningful Flag Day yesterday? How many people had a meaningful holiday, a National Flag Day holiday yesterday? Nobody? Not a single head in the house here had a meaningful Flag Day. Well, that's typical because what they're flying here in Douglas County is a foreign flag. It's a black and white flag stripped of its colors. They replaced the 13, which is the symbol of the Great Seal as well. That's a reference to natural law. You'll find 13 arrows, 13 olive branches, 13 stars above the Great Seal. The eagle is an emblem of sovereignty. There is no such thing as a sovereign citizen. You're either one or the other. The pyramid that's on the back of your dollar bill, "In God We Trust," is 13 levels with an all-seeing eye. I believe the Latin inscription is Novo Seclorum, which means New World Order, which is the power of prophecy. The New World Order is the return to the organic order. That's the return to the natural law and sanity, which is a 28-day count, and the 13-moon feminine biology, which is where we all come from. You don't recognize this flag because it's the peace flag that was flown by the Coast Guard in the mid-50s. It's the symbol of the American States Assembly. It's the only place you're going to find real answers to the fraud, the unprecedented fraud that we are being ruled by today. I want to give a shout out because I know many people here did not commemorate Memorial Day. Was there one person who had a meaningful Memorial Day in this room? Not one. No Flag Day, no Memorial Day, no Mother's Day, none of it. Well, myself, there wasn't a whole lot going on, so I just decided to tend to the main water line break underneath the basement of my home. So this is for you, Grandpa Sherman Scott. This is for you, Grandpa Sherman Scott, Sergeant in the Marines. For my grandfather, Bill Gibson, who served in the Navy over in the Philippines and in Hawaii. For my uncle, Larry Gibson, U.S. Air Force, Baptist preacher, outreach education, 35 years. My uncle, Mike Gibson, U.S. Army. And my auntie, Gail Gibson, who served in the U.S. Army.
Your 3
Thank you
minutes
for your
has
service.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes has expired. Just didn't want to interrupt. So anyways, I am using my phone stopwatch. So I'll give you a 30-second warning, okay? Thank you.
Thank you for pushing the button. I I need to apologize, kind of. Mrs. Davison, do you prefer Mrs. Davison? Do you prefer Jennifer? Okay, Jennifer. I prefer first names. The papers I left to be on record show that our chairman has been approached to put things on the agenda. He didn't put them on the agenda. I know Mr. Ingles tried a couple times. When he was a commissioner here, they didn't get on there. They were stuff with the building department that wasn't being done. They were generator problems that the county was losing thousands and thousands of dollars with, but that didn't make it on there either because Mr. Cates either didn't want it or Mark didn't want to do it. Mr. Tartanian, in the paper I put there, tried to get things on the agenda. And when he talked to the county commissioner, which commissioners, Sheila, Danny, all of them should be able to put stuff on there. It benefits all of us. We have a lot of nonsense stuff on there sometimes, and they don't let them put it on there. So our chairman is making the rules here of how we play the game, and that's not right. I have questioned our chairman before. Our legal counsel has told me he's trying real hard, Ted. We don't want somebody that's trying hard. We want somebody that's doing the job. And that's pretty much it. I apologize if I didn't use your name right. I do wish you the best, but I will be letting you know when you don't, Jennifer. But for all the people in this county that aren't in the room, I hope you do a great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Ted.
Is it, Mr. Gaines, is there any other additional public comment? If not, I did want to address those couple of issues, if you don't mind, okay? You indicated that Commissioner Ingles wanted things on the agenda, and I refused to do that. That's not true, okay? His item in regards to septic tanks under 2 acres was heard by this board, not when Commissioner Hales was here, but when Commissioner Ingles was on this board. We heard that in the month of December, just before he left this board, okay? The only item that I've ever declined from putting on the agenda is a personal item that I had in regards to auxiliary dwelling units, and I delayed that process. Personally, I delayed that process because I didn't want to get into a discussion with Mr. Ingles over that because I knew where he stood on that. But he was never denied any opportunity to put anything on the agenda. In regards to Commissioner Tarkanian, that's not true as well. Okay, we had a vacation home advisory meeting up at Lake Tahoe that we spent 8 hours on, and Commissioner Tarkanian had every opportunity to articulate his ideas at that point in time. So that's not accurate, and I just want you to know that. Okay, he's had additional opportunities since then to do the same thing, but hasn't taken that opportunity. So hopefully in the future he'll bring those forward again, but that's where we stand. So I've been very, very careful to ensure that every member of this board has an opportunity to put things on the agenda. I think Ms. Hales can attest to that, and I don't, and I understand also it's out of self-preservation. Honestly, it is out of self-preservation because I know that I'm not going to be in this chair forever. Okay, and I don't want to be denied the opportunity myself and have that come back and not be able to put items on the agenda. So anyways, I just wanted to clarify that with you, okay? Thank you.
It says right in the paperwork that I handed in that he asked for that to be an agenda. He even called our county manager, and then you refused it. So
I'm sorry, but his
reading stuff that-
his
that-
assertions in that regard are not accurate, and that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I know the argument started here. I happened to be here in a meeting over that, and when he wanted clarification on it, all of a sudden you didn't want to talk about it, Mark. I think you're one-sided on some, personally, I've been here for a lot of meetings. I think you're one-sided on a lot of things. Again, I hope for the best out of all of our commissioners because you're our commissioners. You make decisions for us. Whether I like you or I don't like you, I hope for the best for the county, and that's why I'm here.
And I appreciate your public comment. I do. I appreciate your attendance and calling out
I
and
put a
seeing.
lot of time in it, and most of the stuff that I bring into to this commissioners is printed out from the county on Freedom of Information Acts. It's on whatnot. It is printed stuff. So what I say in here that anybody wants to get upset about, I can stuff it because I have proof of it. The things I've said about the other people that work here are, I have information requests that haven't been fulfilled. Our legal counsel has told the Attorney General, oh, we've did everything. They haven't. And I'm in conference with the Attorney General's office right now, and I'm going to end up getting paid for a lot of that. But anyway, I appreciate it. Whether I like you or I don't like you is immaterial. What we need to do is what's good for every resident in this county. And again, I've known Jennifer. I'm picking on her pretty hard, but I'm picking on her so we can maybe get in the right track. Thank you.
Yeah, I take no personal offense. All I want to do is ensure that when incorrect statements are made to the public, that those incorrect statements are clarified.
I think we do take personal offense because the wording on our stuff has changed. Now, if we say the wrong thing, when I mention a hypocritical comment about a commissioner working with people, when I know that the person that made them comments was working with people, it's a hypocritical comment. Now it says on there, if you say the wrong thing or call somebody a name, and I said it wrong, I should have said it's a hypocritical comment to say that. And I apologize for that. But we know, so I know we take stuff personal. Excuse me. But I got work to go do, as you do. And like I say, I hope the best for the people in the county. And that's...
Once again, thank you for your personal, public comment. Yep. Those are important things for us to notice. With that, the meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you for your participation, Commissioner Rice, and other commissioners.